the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Shalom, shalom.
The East is where we're from.
Come on in.
The 12 tribes of Israel.
Shalom.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Come on in.
With the great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went.
Shalom, shalom.
12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
Shalom.
The Lord is calling back Israel. Babylon from Panama, yeah, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
Gunpoint.
At gunpoint.
Together our wives and children that sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH gather us. In Colombia. Reuben from Australia. Issachar, the Mexicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
Shalom, shalom. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, the Gathered of Christ Church, here with our weekly podcast, broadcast, whatever you would like to call it. And boy, we're living in some serious times, brothers and sisters. I thank the Most High, and you've probably heard me emphasize this many times before. Living in the times that the prophets, that the righteous prophets, the disciples who led the charge through Christ, longed to see. Man, hit the like button. Do we have a broadcast for you this evening? It's titled, When the Israelites Can No Longer Be Hid. Now, why did I title it like this? You're going to find out that there's nothing by coincidence, folks, at all in the earth. And that Satan, along with the Gentile nations who have gathered together like they once conspired in Babylon, have been working politically, religiously, and spiritually for this very moment to rival the lost tribes of Israel. And it's a shame that our people have been asleep for so long when the Bible states my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. I mean, that can't be stressed enough. Because they've done everything to keep us spiritually hand-tied, physically hand-tied, so to not oppose their depopulation plan against the lost tribes. What do I mean by that? For example, they'll tell us when we're seeking to grasp to our or hold on to our moral foundations and values according to the Bible, they'll say, well, listen, that's something personal for you. Keep that in your home. Keep that amongst your church. Because there's a separation between church and state. That you're not supposed to speak about anything politically because there's a separation to impose your beliefs on others in the secular world. Well, our hands are tied because that would be okay if the Satanists play by those same rules. Think about this. They'll tell us we're not to use our values outside of our homes or the institutions we worship. Whether it be schools, federal buildings, whether it be political conversations. But yet, some people can walk in this earth right now and talk all through the media about their right to the land according to a religious claim. They can use politics to gain some level of political backing to go to war in the Middle East. So I need y'all to think about that. How is it that we cannot speak according to our values with our true belief in Christ without being muzzled? But yet everyone else get full board to do whatever they can, politically and otherwise, to rival those who believe in Christ. And really, it's all to destroy the lost sheep of Israel. And that's why I titled this lesson, brothers and sisters, When the Israelites Can No Longer Be Hid. I titled this because guess what? It is a good time to be living. Because no one in this earth, I don't care if you're a Jew, Gentile, whether you're a Christian, Muslim, whether you're an atheist, no one can deny what's being brought forth in the earth in these last days. With the greatest revelation, which the Bible prophesied. And guess what? It's not just written in the Apocrypha of the Old Testament. That's right. It was written in the epistles that the whole world would understand the Great Awakening. And I'm so humbled with this church, the Gathering of Christ Church, to be a part of it. We're going to talk about a lot tonight, folks, and I hope that you can chime in. We're going to bring some sources. Of course, we're going to hear Elder Lawyer's take on this particular topic as we dive in, and I want to hear your takes. I want to hear what comes to mind with you concerning the awakening. And hey, let's jump in. Hit the like button. See, they try to keep us hand tied. You can't be talking about that Christ. You can't be talking about that God. You can't be speaking about y'all being Israelites. That's racist. But then politically, I see Biden and everyone else putting into law anti-hate crimes when it comes to Muslims. Right? You can't speak against Muslims without it being deemed a hate crime. I'm like, well, hold up. In the Christian country, Muslims get more rights than those who believe in Christ? What's up with that? Now we have Hindus running around the place. To a degree, they've actually taken over politically, financially, and otherwise. Right? But I digress. We're going to talk about that today. What a great time to be living. Folks, I have a video up, queued, ready to go. It was my preparation for this Friday's Patreon. But folks, the video was so timely when it comes to what I was seeking to speak about today. I said, you know what? I cannot hold this video for Friday for Patreon. I'm like, the regulars, those who've been with us from the beginning on Wednesday, whether you're a Patreonee, Academite in the Academy or not, everyone needs to see how our perspective on this conversation I have queued up. And who knows whether or not the video will be up, that video in particular, by the time Friday comes. This is why it was such a, I would say, profound conversation between Candace Owens and Kanye West, filmed, held in a vault for 2 years, based on Candace getting restricted, with her employment under the Daily Wire. She couldn't say certain things, but no one can stop her from talking to her friend. And I said, I listened to it, and I said, you know what? I'm going to take a few pieces out of here and commentate tonight on what's happening prophetically. Hit the like button. I'm going to tell you, it's going to be grand tonight. And hey, no one is going to be able to feign ignorance in these last days. And it doesn't matter whether or not you're a Jew, Gentile, whether or not you're an Israelite, whether you're black, white. No one can feign ignorance anymore. You either you fall on one side or the other when it comes to what's being brought out tonight. Okay? So I need you all to hit the like button. We up. Y'all doing a great job, as a matter of fact. Yeah, so as you come in, hit the like button. So I'm going to jump right in, and we're going to do some commentating today on viewing that personal conversation between friends, Candace Owens, and Kanye West. And I'm going to highlight what this means prophetically. Because what we've been talking about for a long time, I'm talking about since the early 90s, folks, has been taking root. Okay, especially when the internet began in the year 2000s. And there's been a lot of conversations amongst the elite concerning what to do when the children of Israel begin to wake up, and by so begin to resist the power. Begin to resist the power. Folks, they've been all up in our play since the inception. Since the time we came off the slave ships, they've been watching us intently, in fear of the times we're living in now. And you're going to find out every political event, whether it have been World War I, World War II, the Vietnam War, the World Trade Center for Desert Storm, all the way to what we're dealing with up into Iran. Folks, you're going to realize every war was fought in this earth was to consolidate power, to unite all nations. Why? Because the children of Israel is breaking free. The children of Israel have begun to talk to our God. We've cleaved to Christ. He can only help us through this. And all of the satanic religions are united together to try to hold or stave off prophecy. Either they back down and repent for their evil. They're going to do one of the two, folks. They're going to back down and repent, or they're going to double down with the God they serve. One or two. And a lot of the Gentiles are doubling down. A lot of them are doubling down. See, and the more we come together as as the children of Israel begin to follow the law and get on code, guess what? It can't help but affect the political world landscape, whether we deal in the political system or not, because the whole political system was built on the fall of the children of Israel. And the whole structure tumbles once our people begin to awaken. And that's the time we're living in. And that's why during COVID, you've seen what was going on. There was a shift going on politically and otherwise. You see that they were bringing immigrants all over the place. No soon as the administration changed hands, they started flooding the United States and other areas where our people reside with foreigners. It was like clockwork. And then whoever didn't want to comply with the mandates and all that was going on were getting fired, only to be replaced in the workforce by the same Gentile nations who have always destroyed us. They've been waiting for this moment. They've been waiting to replace us. They've been waiting to stake claim that their God is more powerful than ours. And they sought an opportunity. We looked up, we thought it was something from Wuhan, China, and now we're getting pressed and pressured for our livelihood based on a medical choice. Like, what is this? Only they were laying people off at the chicken, at the chicken, I forgot, Tyson Chicken. Thousands of our people who depended on Tyson Chicken in the South, in Texas, were laid off, only for the next week to be replaced with bust-in immigrants from all different walks of life and different nationalities. It was like, man, it was like a corporate takeover. It was like a corporate takeover. Y'all remember that? And now they're seeking to finish what they began. And I'm going to talk about this tonight. We're going to talk about this. When the Israelites can no longer be hid. Now, before I go in, I would like to state this, and I'm going to jump right in, folks. I just would like to make a quick announcement. Real quick, that we are in week 2 of your Hebrew and Bible Academy, Tracing the Serpent Seed. Okay? Week 1 began the creation of the universe. We have extended the enrollment for those who would like to get in. So if you come in, don't worry about it. You'll receive the Academy first week's news. You'll receive the Hebrew with Elder Lawyer and the lessons we've done together on creation. Okay? From beginning to the end, it was broken down from the rooter to the tutor. And guess what? You should have been there, but it's okay. Go to historytimes.org. We'll give you week 1 and send you a welcome pack for your enrollment. This way, you'll be able to enter into the class with us this Sunday as we unfold a serious lesson, Tracing the Serpent's Seed. Okay? Tracing the Serpent's Seed. We have many lessons, declaring the end from the beginning, the final judgment of evil, the return of the diaspora. That's right. Showing where the 12 tribes were scattered outside of North, Central, and South America. Okay? How we were expelled from Portugal and Spain, and I have the literature. I have the history books right in my library over there. Okay? So guess what? I'm going to be bringing those out. The judgment of modern day Sodom and Gomorrah, and the kingdom of God, and more. Okay? Now, this particular week, this particular Sunday, and go to historytimes.org. This particular Sunday, brothers and sisters, we'll be going into, we're going to highlight the Queen Mother of Heaven, whom they call Mary. The East Indians call her Kali. The Greeks and Romans had their own names for for Athena, Isis, Semiramis, Nimrod's mother. But we're going to show you, folks, that she was from someplace else. The Shekinah or the Shekinah under Jewish mysticism, they're all the same. The Shekinah, that's right, folks, is the mother Babylon, whom the Catholic Church turned to Mary, and I'll prove it. And guess what? She was from someplace else. There were male and female angels that fell, some before Adam and some after Adam. And guess what? These are the gods the Gentile elite are sacrificing to. And when I say sacrificing to, we're talking about Moloch sacrifice, child trafficking. All of that is what? A religious statute amongst the Gentile elites. And it's not just Rome. The East Indians have it under the Hindus. The Arabs have it under Islam. That's right, folks. That and more. We're going to break down tracing the serpent seed and show you all the nations who began to mix and mingle their bloodlines with the fallen this coming Sunday. Go to historytimes.org. We're going to have the white papers. I got the history books ready. I ordered these books. One book took 6 weeks to come. I got one book from the 1800s, folks. We're going to open that thing, blow the dust off it, and let the enemy tell you the truth concerning who's who and what really happened according to what? Israelite world history. That and more. Go to historytimes.org. Get involved. Get involved. Now, let's bring in Elder Lawyer. Shalom, Elder Lawyer. How are you? I'm okay. Let me see it. Say something now. Okay, you sound good. Go ahead once more. Okay, let me fix this. Hold on. Let's do it like this. All right, say something now, Lawyer.
All right, shalom. I'm coming through now.
You're coming through absolutely fantastic.
All right, all praise be to the Most High. Again, shalom to you, elders. Shalom to the family out there watching.
All right, thank you, my brother. Thank you. Let me get your video together here. All right, excellent. It looks like we're almost in the same room, young man. But yeah, Elder Lawyer, I'm about to jump right in. I'm going to jump right in. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see the Candace Owens, Kanye West interview. It was more so a conversation they had between friends. I don't know. You had an opportunity?
No, I heard about it, but I haven't had the opportunity to yet watch it.
Yeah, I was going to hold it for Patreon, but it was so good. And it dovetailed everything I was going to talk about tonight. So I'm like, let's fuse this thing together. All right.
Right.
First of all, it's time for us to straighten a few things out. Okay. It seems as if it seems as if when we figure out what's really going on concerning the attacks against our people, it seems they've found a way to dismiss it altogether. Straight disrespect, I would say, by calling it conspiracy theory. Anytime we're on to what they're talking about or dealing with, they call it conspiracy. And I wanted to start there. When we were saying for years that angels and unidentified objects like UFOs were real and the Bible can identify them, for years the world powers controlled media was telling us, UFOs, unidentified flying objects, that's a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
And they would try to discredit it by throwing in some outlandish misdirection that they've created to actually demonize or to make one crazy who would state the obvious, like, you believe little green men and reptilians. No one, see, they will do that to try to distort the truth. Conspiracy is their main word of misdirection. I would say that's their Jedi mind trick, right? When we started questioning ethnicity and saying, well, okay, how is it that there were blacks who were Hebrews in the Bible and now they've disappeared? And they started saying, well, what your race is and conspiracy theory, on and on and on. Even when the Twin Towers happened, right? There were some questions out there. And I believe that was a resounding moment in history where people started questioning everything. Even those who understood the Bible. And it wasn't because we didn't, whether or not the people bought in to planes hitting the building and all these. It had nothing to do with that. It was just because it immediately, living in America, September 11th, 2001, something like that, being born in America, none of us have ever experienced something as traumatic as that on American soil, right?
Right.
So it wasn't a thing where initially people began to question things, because the initial shock, everyone, was confused to what is this? Are we under attack? Whatever the case is. And then videos came out like Loose Change and others and said, well, okay, I can understand if you're going to talk about two buildings, still buildings getting hit, falling at free fall. Now that's questionable in of itself when it comes to the engineering and science and all these others. But then there was a building 7, Elder Lawyer, that fell at free fall that wasn't hit by a plane. And I believe that's when people started looking at it and like, well, hold up. Now, if you thought anything outside of mainstream media, automatically they would Jedi mind trick you. Or in the Men in Black, they had the little wand that they put in front of your eyes. And if you look into the light, you'll forget everything that have just happened. So I believe these are the Jedi mind tricks the media plays on people to have us think that what we see really doesn't exist. And what we feel is wrong. But God is saying something else. God is saying, no, we're not wrong. We're not part of the conspiracy. The conspiracy has always been against us. And when I say us, I'm speaking of the children of Israel. And it's all coming around full circle. Right? Now, the first thing is I'm going to deal with is highlighting who is behind the conspiracy. Second of all, I'm going to come around, and we're going to talk about and ask and just be realistic. based on all they have done to keep us separated and destroyed, is it too late for the majority of the people to come together for the sake of self-preservation to avoid what they're about to do? Is it too late? Because have our people began to wake up too late? And what does that mean? And guess what? You're not going to be able to feign ignorance within the next 4 years. Let me just say that. But Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. First,
let's identify the conspirators. All right. For too long, we've been listening to the media and to the media outright shaping reality. Shaping reality and making the people believe that, okay, what I'm seeing, what I'm thinking, it can't be real. Okay. And I say we need to throw all of that out. Start from the beginning and understand where the true conspirators are. If you will, Elder Lawyer, let's go to Psalms 83 in the Bible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me grab a Bible here. And yes, we do have a new Hebrew Bible Academy coming this Sunday, Tracing the Serpent's Seed, and I hope to see you all there. And I'll tell you more about it as we end, at the very end of this particular broadcast. I'm going to highlight a few things that I didn't discuss in the introduction, but I just wanted to jump right into this, right? Hold on, Elder Lawyer. Right there? All right, great. Okay, Elder Lawyer, first of all, we're going to identify the conspirators. Right? Let's first go to Psalms 83.
Yes, sir. Psalms 83, verse number 1.
Yes, sir.
Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head.
They that hate us have lifted up the head. So there's those in the earth, folks, who not only hate our God, but they hate God's people. And you can recognize them by the religions. By the religions they follow. By the religions they're connected to. Okay? It tells us in the book of Psalms that the idols, those that deal with idolatry, are enemies of God. And by proxy, by default, are enemies of God's chosen people. Now let's see about this conspiracy. The third verse, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
Read that again.
Said, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones.
They have consulted against the hidden ones. What hidden ones? The true children of Israel. The true children of Israel's history has been hid. That's the greatest conspiracy since the earth began. That's the greatest conspiracy in history. Where are the children of Israel hidden? Where did they go? And that's why it says they have taken crafty counsel. Folks, that's politics. That's politics. You cannot hide a complete people without what? A political conspiracy with Gentiles who are complicit. You need power. You need influence to scrub history, to have everyone online together, folks. That's politics. You can't do this without governance, without getting in and becoming the new controllers and teachers of God's people. That's how you hide their history. See? That's how you hide their history. Coming in, colonizing, and doing what? Teaching lies to the children. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and have consulted against thy hidden ones. And they have said what, elder lawyer?
They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
That the name of what?
That the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
That the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. Make sure the true children of Israel remembers nothing concerning their what? Their bloodline right to the promise Christ shed his blood for. See? Make sure we cut them off where there's no trace of their connection to Jerusalem, to the priesthood, to the kingship. Let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance. And then it tells us all of the nations who were complicit and who are till this day complicit. 5.
For they have consulted together with one consent, they are confederate against thee.
That's a one world order of nations, folks. They are confederate against thee. Now, when you go into the confederacy, who leads the confederacy? Amalek. The Bible tells you that Amalek was the first of the nations. First is united or Una. The United Nations are the head of this conspiracy. And I'm going to give it to you. We're going to give it to you tonight if you don't know who the conspirators are. Before we listen together, elder lawyer, certain key points in that conversation between Candace and Kanye West. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are a confederate against thee. Let's read it. Who are the confederate against us?
The tabernacles of Edom.
The tabernacles of Edom. Now, before we go there, elder lawyer, let me get this real quick. Let's get this on Amalek. Numbers 24 and 23. Let's start at the 19th verse. (24 and 19).
Yes, sir. The book of Numbers 24, verse number 19.
Now, I'm going back, elder lawyer, in a moment. I'll be going back to Psalms 83. But we need to identify the head behind it all. It says the head of this conspiracy against Jacob. Why are they conspiring against Jacob? Listen to this clearly. Read.
Numbers 24, 19. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion.
Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion. So they knew that what? The eternal kingdom would be led in the future by the children of Jacob. So they're in fear of losing power based on this prophecy. Write it down. Out of Jacob, and guess what? They read this in their Torah. They know it's true. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion. We were meant to rule. We're living a curse, but guess what? All the conspirators have come from behind the curtain to press down on Jacob at the very end, knowing that no one can stop what God has started, the awakening. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion. Read.
And shall destroy him that remaineth of the city.
And destroy him that remaineth of the city. And this is why they work towards divide and conquer. Because when we're united under one spirit, a righteous and virtuous spirit under God, the heavens fight before us, and our people under those circumstances are unstoppable. So they work to keep us divided. Right? They work to keep us divided. And guess what? Then they sit back and watch their work. Hey, folks, don't you think they're celebrating to see that generally, outside of those who believe, they were able to destroy us as such that the black man is looking at Trump and the black woman is looking at Kamala. And they're sitting back laughing on either side because why? They're looking at their handiwork. How can you destroy a people who've been cursed together and have them align separately, politically, at a time where they'll need each other the most?
Mm-hmm.
So they're celebrating. They're looking at their handiwork. How can two people who have been dragged down and destroyed together be so maligned against one another politically? That's the work of the conspirators. Okay? All East Indians, whether male or female, are on one side. See? And Arabs are all on one side politically. I need y'all to check this out. I just wanted to highlight that. Out of Jacob shall come he that shall have dominion, and shall destroy him that remaineth of the city. Come on.
And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations.
Amalek was the first of the nations. So what we're going to do here, real quick. Let me go here real quick. 1 second. Let me get that again, Elder Lawyer. Numbers.
That's Numbers 24 and 20.
Okay, I want to get the Hebrew on that real quick. 1 moment. Let me grab the Hebrew on that. I lost my place here. 1 second, folks. Bear with me. Numbers.
Yep, Numbers 24 and 20.
24. Yeah, I got it. Numbers 24. Okay. Now let me see if I can grab the Hebrew real quick. Yes. Number 24, verse. Give me the verse again.
That's going to be verse number 20.
20. All right, I'm going to open. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. All right, so let me pull it up here. It tells us that what? Amalek was the first of the nations right here. The first of the nations. Now, when you look into the Hebrew here, pointing out the head of the conspirators, Amalek, 24 and 20, is the first. When you look at that word first, it's YASHAYA, which is what? Look at this. Hebrew 7. 1 second. Hebrews 7, 225. 7225. Let me get it here. 7225. First, it states here, first. The first in place, time, order, or rank, the chief or principal thing. So it says Amalek was the first of what? Of the nations. That's Goy. Hebrew 1471, which is what? First of the nations, a foreign nation, a Gentile. He would be the head of the United Nations. Heathen nation. So Amalek are the people who are truly in political control. And those who speak against Amalek is usually, believe it or not, sometimes they're smeared, financially ruined, ostracized, barred out of being able to do business. They're the first of the nations. They're the creators of the United Nations. Read it again.
Yes, sir. Numbers 24 and 20. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his latter end shall be that he perish forever.
But his latter end, those of Amalek who have linked to Satan will perish forever. They have aligned themselves under an antichrist religion. And understanding their future prophetically, their only really way out of this, according to what they think, is to get rid of God's people. See? Because the prophecies, when the Messiah comes, he judges them first. The first of the nations. Now, who is he? He's the spin doctor. He's the one who shapes the reality we receive on a regular basis. When we're inundated with the media and all these different stories and talking heads, Amalek is the one behind it all. He's the wizard behind the curtain. Let's go to Psalms 83 real quick.
Yes, sir. I went back to Psalms 83.
Yes.
And verse number 6.
Okay, let me just put it on the Bible by itself. Psalms 83 verse 6. Now it identifies the conspirators. Read it.
The tabernacles of Edom.
The tabernacles of Edom. Week 3. Well, week 4 we go into who's Edom. Okay. Read.
And the Ishmaelites.
In a nutshell, it's talking about those who control the Vatican today. These are not Europeans. They moved into Europe during the time of Zepho, Esau's grandson, and set up a throne in Italy. We're talking about 2,000 years before Christ this happened, when the Edomites went to begin to multiply in Eastern Europe. The tabernacles of Edom, and who has always been with them? Arabs, Ishmaelites. They've always conspired together. Frickin' frack. You cannot find one without the other. They destroyed us politically during the civil rights movement by dividing us between Martin Luther King and the Nation of Islam. Okay? We were undermined with Islam. That was a divide and conquer tactic sent in through Freemasons. It was a divide and conquer. Every great movement that have ever happened that have benefited our people against satanic evil resistance have always come first through those who believed in God and that Bible. That's what got us through chattel slavery. The Quran was nowhere. The Quran was nowhere. Okay? It was the Bible and our belief and strength that we drew from those slaves in Egypt is what got us through slavery. So we were soon forgotten. It was soon forgotten. We were so focused on the white Christians and the white Christians and the evil they did against us. We ignored all the others. We ignored the fact that serious slavery and servitude was against our people before the so-called white man enslaved us by the Arabs. So since we were standing with the Bible together, they say, well, okay, let's bring in some people to claim that Islam was the black man's religion. Divide and conquer politically. At a time where we needed each other the most, they divided us. And then these other nations, the conspirators, came in as what? As our fellow oppressed. Yeah, we were all oppressed together. We need to lock arms with our Christian brothers in solidarity. We were being undermined all the way through the civil rights by Amalek. Here's the conspiracy. The Tabernacles of Edom. Ishmaelites. Who else?
Of Moab and the Hagarenes.
Moab and the Hagarenes. You're talking about those like your Palestinians today, who can come in and get more than what we get. The Palestinians. You would have those who come from Somalia and different areas of different parts come in the United States, find out how to get access to the minority money, only to bar our people out who died in civil rights. And then they will open up the borders and make sure when their families come through, they get access to the political funds that are really allocated for us, that no one tells us about. It's not in their interest to tell us about the money. The money is allocated for us, folks, under the Civil Rights Act. But they'll never tell you about it. So that all these people come in, go to college, get knowledge on how to get the grants that belongs to us, and stay silent when it comes to the suffering of our people. They'll never tell us how to get access to the money because they got their cousins coming over, their mothers coming over, their aunts coming over, undermining us. And these people didn't die for anything, didn't sweat, didn't build this country, didn't die for this country, didn't fight in any wars, but they coming in to undermine us in the conspiracy. And by the time Martin Luther King found out what was going on, it was too late. See? That's why you can't trust Amalek. By the time Martin Luther King found out what was going on, he says, I fear that I've led my people into a burning house, a burning building. Then he came around and tried to what? He tried to change message politically and said, listen, the civil rights didn't cost us anything. It didn't cost you anything to let us use your bathroom. The next time I'm coming, we're marching and you're going to cut the check. That was Martin Luther King's quotes verbatim. He says the civil rights didn't cost you anything. If anything, it undermined us. Because now, instead of us supporting ourselves and having financial circulating amongst us, other people were able to come in, Asian stores, all these other stores, and all of that. The Jewish people moved out and got their own communities, and it was replaced by all these people who conspired to pillage and to destroy our people who built this country. So we're talking about it right now. So it says not just Esau, the Arabs too. Everyone is benefiting from the so-called American dream, and they are intentionally, they know when they come over here what they're doing. This is your black and brown coalition I'm reading right now. Amalek said, well, okay, y'all pointing to us as the devil. Y'all pointing to us as the bad guys. We'll just sit back and let your black and brown coalition destroy you for us. And Amalek will be behind the curtain directing the whole. These guys are like little puppet soldiers and will do anything Amalek say against the children of Israel. And let me say this real quick. Elder Lawyer, we had a situation, right? Not too long ago, during so-called COVID, we had a family member. A family member go to, put it this way, I'm gonna put it this way. We had a family member who was in labor, having a baby or whatever the case is, right? And the family stated clearly that we are naturalists. Everything we do is natural, according to the Bible. That means no medication, no stuff, okay? And you had these East Indians who come and was trying to get the baby, to get a shot or whatever the case is. And she was like, "What?" And the baby was fine. She was like, "Nah, we're not doing this." Okay? What I can do is I can take my baby to my doctor's office with informed consent. I'll make a decision later. Now, of course, she ain't dealing with that stuff at all, but she just wanted to get out of there, without the baby getting anything. The baby was healthy. So she wanted to leave with a healthy baby, right?
Right.
She says this East Indian woman was furious. Like you can see the anger in her eyes. And she's like, hold up. What stake do you have in this to keep on trying to force this on me? Like, back off me. Who the Hades are you? Back off me already. And don't you know, she says, listen, I'm not going to let you out until I know that this child, a baby boy, that this child will have the care it should have. Don't you know this East Indian doctor called her what they call that, I forgot what the gynecologist or what they call that for children.
The pediatrician?
The pediatrician, excuse me. The pediatrician. She said, I got my own pediatrician. Don't you know when the baby was released that East Indian woman doctor called her pediatrician to make sure that the child would get vaccinated? To ask. Now, of course, the doctor was a naturalist where it's informed consent and you make a choice on what you want to do with your child. But she called. Right. This woman was so up on trying to get our children with some stuff. She followed up days later. And you know how I deal with it. I'm like, listen, you give me your child. Let me do something. Give me your child. Back up, buddy. But anyway, and that falls into what I'm going to talk about today. And I'm not going to say all doctors or all nurses are certain types of ways, because we need health care. We need, certain attention when it comes to health. I'm not saying it's all like that, but it's deep that in that instance, this woman got infuriated because a mother decided she wanted to make sure that her baby leaves, healthy, like it was when it was delivered. The baby was strong, was sucking at her breast, everything. So she's like, well, listen, I'm good right now. And some mothers are very, very cautious. They're very cautious with all these reports and all that be happening. So when you got a healthy baby, she was like, listen, as long as this baby's strong, I'm good, right? But she couldn't believe, and you know what? It was a white pediatrician that she actually went to. And you know what? You know what the white pediatrician said, lawyer?
What's that?
The white pediatrician said, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this before. And they're only doing this because you're black. That's what the white pediatrician said. So I don't know what's going on with some of these people they letting over here, but it falls into the conspiracy. What Amalek won't do, they'll double down on. And it tells us, read the 7th verse, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. Gebal and Ammon and Amalek.
And who?
And Amalek.
And Amalek, read.
The Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre.
And it's talking about all the other nations in the Middle East. They all came together and said, what? Let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in remembrance.
Mm-hmm.
And when you read the 12th verse, it says, now that they have lied to our people, what of their children? What of their children? 12, who said what?
Who said, let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession.
Because if they don't know that they're the children of Israel, they would become willing servants to our children. Let us take to ourselves the houses of God in possession. We'll build the world economy off of the backs of God's people. Now, this is a true conspiracy. This is what a conspiracy looks like. That is what a conspiracy truly looks like. But guess what? The God of the Hebrews, through the Spirit of Christ, let me tell you, folks, Christ is resonating throughout this earth. He's the light that shine in the darkness against the evil. And folks, I'm going to tell you right now, some of these nations, you know, I'm not going to give them that much credit because a lot of these people don't know what's going on either. But they're going to be surprised at that caste system that they've learned to follow, thinking that they're greater because they're lighter. They're going to be surprised at the very end when they see our people standing in dominion, guarded by our Lord and Savior in all white.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be shocked because some of these people that come over there from these other countries, a lot of these people, these Gentiles, they be dumb as doornails. So it's not as if they say, oh, let me get the Israelites. Nah, they're just looking for a chance. Some of them, an opportunity just to take our place because Esau have actually war-torn their particular countries.
Right.
So they're looking for an opportunity. They don't have no alliance with their own brothers and sisters in these countries. So they'll come over here. It's nothing to undermine us. They can't even get on code with their own people.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Right? So, Elder Lawyer, if you will, let's go to the Apocrypha real quick before I open up the interview here.
Yep.
Right? Let's go to the Apocrypha real quick. 1 second. And we're going here to Wisdom of Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
In the Apocrypha, Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter, and this is what's going on prophetically right now, and folks, this is why they're opening up the borders everywhere to press upon us. This is what? Spiritual warfare, physical warfare. There's no place in the earth where I can go as a so-called, if they want to call me an African American with the nationality of an American citizen, there's no place I can go and run over somebody else's border and get citizenry, housing, financing, and work my way up politically to become president of the United States in their country.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere. And see, because our people are ignorant to travel, a lot of people our people haven't gone anywhere. They don't even understand how much of an anomaly what we're witnessing right now in America is. They have no idea. They have no idea. We go into another country, you go into another country, they hold you, they question you for hours. How long are you going to be here? Who you're visiting here? When you're going back? Do you got a return ticket?
Shaking you down every opportunity they get.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. And here, that's why I'm so shocked at how America's letting all these people in here, because they know we wouldn't be allowed to do this if we went into their countries.
Right.
I can't go to Somalia and say, okay, give me a full apartment, 15,000 in food stamps and 5,000 and 5,000 in cash each month. And then come to find out this guy, Kamala Harris's so-called VP pick, because we know they're the ones really running things. He was the guy that came out and said, well, listen, we need driver's license for all citizens. When we never had a problem living in America getting a driver's license. So what is he saying? So folks, this is the true conspiracy, but our God has another plan. Right? Let's read Wisdom of Solomon 5:1, Elder Lawyer, if you will.
Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon 5:1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors.
Then shall the righteous man, this is what's going on now, stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. See, we're standing toe to toe, eye to eye with them and saying, listen, you have never repaired the damage you did against God's people, knowing who we were, knowing who we are. And it says, and gave no account for the labors. You will have these nations come up, Elder Lawyer, and say, well, listen, I wasn't back then when it happened. I wasn't back there. I didn't own no slaves. Listen. You are benefiting from the United States of America. We were here before there was a United States, which means what? The Union was built off of slavery and the corporation owes. So if you are benefiting from the corporation, which is the United States of America, you owe too. You owe too. And the reason you owe is because why? It comes through your taxes. So no one is asking you personally to do anything. It comes through your taxes. All the people in the United States wasn't behind the Holocaust. They weren't from Germany, but yet taxes go over to Israel based on that war, right? And that's coming from you, right?
Right.
So when it comes to our people, no one wants to give an account for our labor. They try to feign ignorance and saying, well, hold up, it wasn't me. Well, guess what? You came from somewhere else and benefited off of slave labor, which makes you what? Which makes you a part of those who owe. So it's easy to break it down. There was no United States when they brought us over here in cargo slave ships. United States were created from slave labor. So once the corporation is built, guess what? There's a partner who never got paid. Okay? Partners get paid. You understand that? So you don't come later and benefit off of other people's work and try to feign ignorance like nothing ever happened. It's through America, the whole earth is benefiting. And now the Most High is saying, you know what? The righteous man will stand and say, guess what? For years, you've never given an account for labors. You'd rather throw your money away to immigrants who have never done anything than to do right by God's people. Huh? So you can take that talking point and you can punt, you can boot that talking point. It wasn't me. I wasn't around. I had nothing to do with it. Nah. When you became a citizen, you became part of those. That's right, folks, who owe the debt. Second verse, let's go.
When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear.
When they see the children of Israel standing up 10 toes down with the truth according to our God, the Bible says that the Gentiles shall be troubled with fear, scared, because they've done so much to undermine us, to conspire against us. They've benefited off of our ignorance. And now they are afraid that we're going to go look into their part, their hand in this grand conspiracy. That's why all of them are rallying together now, because we're not just looking at Amalek, we're looking at all those nations in Psalms 83 and saying, okay, well, what hand you had in it? Mm-hmm. You East Indians, what hand did you have in it? You Chinese, what hand did you have in it? You Palestinians, what hand did you have in it? That's why they're fearful, because we're not going to just look at Amalek. Now that the Most High has given us our history back, the history of all of the families of ancient times, we're able to point to every family that took an advantage against the children of God since this conspiracy was hatched. We're able to look at all of them. Even some of the Hamites in different parts of Africa. Check that out. Now, the majority of the West Africans and all that are Israelites. But then you have the Somalis, different people from the Sudan, a lot of nations who are not us with dark skin. See, that's what they were afraid of. They were afraid that we would look at what David said and start saying, well, okay, let's see outside of the white man how many of these people have had a hand in our destruction throughout time immemorial, throughout history. And it says, when they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear. Read.
And shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation.
They're going to be amazed. Listen to this, brothers and sisters. The Most High is talking about you. That these nations who are conspiring behind closed doors, they're going to be amazed at the strangeness of our salvation. And you know why they're going to be amazed? Looking at our current state, it doesn't seem as if we can make it through this. See, these nations have held down every area to make sure that our people could never advance. When it comes to eugenics, when it comes to making sure they push certain misdiagnosis, getting our people to die early and get on some of this stuff and die early, sterilizing our people. See, they're going to look at it and be like, well, hold up. These people here, they're God's people? Folks, it says they shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. Read, Elder Lawyer.
So far beyond all that they looked for.
It's going to be so far beyond all they look for. It's going to come out of nowhere, folks. And this is what they're fearful of. Because the area they're not looking, that's where the Most High is working. See? That's where he works. We're up in this Bible. We're praying to our God. And guess what? That's one thing they can't control. They can control their little jobs. They can control their little dole-outs and financial mercenary plans against our people. But one thing they can't stop, they cannot stop Jacob from connecting with the God of the Hebrews. Mm-hmm. And that's what they slept on. That's why they try to get us up in their little ridiculous mosques and in their little temples to run interference. See? But we've been connecting with the Almighty. We've been reading the holy scriptures, the book, the Hebrew, and everything the Most High has given us. And we've stayed consistent on our connection with the Almighty. That's one thing they could never control. So far beyond all that they look for. The third verse.
And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves.
They're going to say within themselves what?
This was he whom we had sometimes in derision and a proverb of reproach.
These were the people we had in derision, that we caused confusion amongst. We kept them fighting amongst each other. And as far as we're concerned, they were a proverb and a reproach. These were the ones we labeled the N word, the N-I-G-G-E-R word. These are the people we looked upon as nothing, as less than the dirt on our sandals.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to look back at it and going to be like, what? These were the people that we caused confusion amongst. And then they're going to come to the realization. For
we fools.
We what?
We fools.
They're going to realize they were fools. You cannot fight against the God of the Hebrews. Neither can you fight against our people once we're on code with the Almighty and stand in the Spirit of Christ. You're going to realize the gods you serve will burn in hell with its servants. That the gods you serve will be bound with Satan. You're going to realize that you worship the wrong gods, that you were in the wrong place in these temples worshiping the wrong gods. You're going to realize that it was our God who created your low God that fell. We fools. And you're going to also realize that Christ was always meant to be king. Not Buddha. Not the Messiah the so-called people are waiting for in Judaism. Not Muhammad. You're going to realize that our king is king.
Mm-hmm.
The anointed Savior, Christ.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And see, and what you banked on was the fact that we, in our beliefs, our core beliefs, we care for people. We are forgiving people. And you've taken our kindness for weakness. Because you know that we have to fight with one hand behind our back. We must operate in the spirit of forgiveness. But believe it or not, that has been our saving grace. But because we don't have an eye for an eye, like you wicked and evil people, the heavens is fighting before us. The angels will fight our battles. See? So here it is. You know that according to our Christ and our Bible, that we cannot be as manipulating and deceitful and evil as you have been politically and otherwise against God's people. And you've used that to totally decimate and destroy us because you know we're not like you. That we are a caring people. That we are compassionate people. And you have taken our kindness for weakness. But guess what? That is our strength. Because we don't take it up against you, our God is going to jack all of you down. Jack all of you up. And that's why the Bible says, we fools, read.
We fools accounted his life madness.
You went back and told your people in these other countries how foolish we are, how stupid we are. Yeah, those blacks in America, they stupid. All that money over there that you can go to City Hall and get, hey, they're just sitting there in their countries just suffering while the politicians are calling us over and showing us exactly where to get the money. They're dumb. They call us dumb. They call us lazy. They talk behind our backs. And guess what? They know that the money they're getting in these countries belong to us. They know it. We fools accounted his life as madness. Read.
And his end to be without honor.
And you thought our end would be without honor. That's why every time, every opportunity they get our sisters on stage like Megan Thee Stallion and shaking their behinds without any decorum. They do that intentionally. They can find some respectful, classy people amongst us, but they do that intentionally to spite us. That's why they do it, To publicly shame us is why they do that. There's intellects. There's great musicians amongst us. There's those of high intellect that they can actually come represent if they want it. But they want us to be seen throughout the earth as a dishonorable, evil, satanic, sinful people. Those are the optics they would like the earth to see. If you were living in another country and you didn't know any better, you would think all black people were gay, lesbian, trans, and shaking their butts. And when that is the vast minority of our people.
Right.
That's under 10% altogether of the people, and they use that to represent us internationally.
Mm-hmm.
We fools accounted his life as madness, and you thought that we would be without honor. But folks, this is why the media isn't going to put a spotlight on stuff like you see tonight. Let me tell you, they would dare put me on national TV for 3 minutes. All I would need is 3 minutes. I will ignore all their questions, just drop everything. Yeah, I'll answer that in a second. Check this out and check this out. The Bible said this is what's going to happen to you. This is the God you serve. This is Christ. I would put it all together in 3 minutes. I've already thought about it. They would never put a spotlight on us on national TV. Or the respectful women that's against the evil representation they have placed before them. I see it all the time. I see the honorable sisters all up in the church. Thousands upon thousands of sisters who walk with shamefacedness, who walk respectful and honorable, who make sure their children are good, make sure their families are right. But they'll never put a camera on sisters like that. I see children that'll be homeschooled within this church. They be 6 or 7 reading on like 9th and 10th, at least 6th and 7th grade level.
Mm-hmm.
6th and 7th and 8th grade level, and they sitting there at 6 and 7 years old, folks. I'm witnessing this with my own eyes. But they'll never put a camera on children like that. We fools accounted his life madness and his end to be without honor. And then this is the piece that's going to mess them up, Elder Lawyer, when they realize this. Wisdom of Solomon 5:5 out of the Apocrypha reads,
how is he numbered among the children of God?
How are these people the Israelites? That's what's going to shock them at the very end. We thought they were nothing. We thought they were dishonorable. We thought that their God had forsaken them. Don't believe the hype. At the very end of it, they're going to look at our people standing in all white, honored by the Almighty through his son Christ. And they're going to say, how is these people the children of Israel? They're going to be in amazement. These people? And what?
And his lot is among the saints.
I thought Mother Teresa, I thought the saints were white. How was their lot amongst the saints of God?
Mm-hmm.
So all the Gentiles are going to come together at the very end in total shame. Because why? We do more harm to our own than any other people. Mm-hmm. But yet these people conspire to destroy us continually, and people that we've never done anything against. I need y'all to think about that. You would have thought that we were the people exercising racism against Jewish people, against Asian people, against other races of people, against white people. We don't harm anyone. We do more harm to ourselves than any other race. But why are all the races coming to destroy us? Why are they conspiring against us? Why they cannot give our people a break? The 6th verse.
Verse 6. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth and the light.
And that's what the Gentiles are going to realize, that they have erred from the way of truth. Read.
And the light of righteousness have not shined unto us, and the Son of righteousness rose not upon us.
Read.
We wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction.
And they're going to realize that they were played, that they were working on the wrong side of judgment. Instead of seeking an opportunity to financially aggrandize yourself on someone else's weakness, where was your charity, your love and care for people, instead of seeking to kill and or replace them? We couldn't do this when let me tell you, I went over, no sooner as elder lawyer when I went over to Egypt. We go over to Egypt and go into other countries. And here it is, you got little Arab children on the corner. They put their face like this and look like they got dirt on them and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And here it is, I'm looking at them running down the street. I pull out American money and I'm giving it to all the children that are crying, that sit there on the street. I don't even know these people. I couldn't think of coming into their country, undermining their politics to destroy and move them out of the way to replace them. That don't even come into our minds when we go into their countries.
Mm-hmm.
And they come into our countries with their sights on how to undermine, destroy, and harm us. We go into these other countries, and these people are poor. I don't think about, man, maybe I can join their politics and teach reproductive rights so that they can get rid of their children. This way I can bring my family over. We can't even, it's not even in us to think like that. I mean, we're not perfect as a people, but folks, they're not like us. They're not like us. They'll see us suffering and celebrate that and seek to harm and undermine us like that. We're not like that. We'll go break bread with them with our last. We have done it. And that's what separates our people. And you know what? Regardless of what they've done, brothers and sisters, never change who you are. God made you charitable, without nothing but still care for others. Never change that, because the Most High have shined upon us throughout all of our troubles and have delivered the truth of the Almighty. And that's why we can stand in boldness as the children of Israel this day. Because everyone else have forgotten us. We wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. That's what they're going to say at the very end, that they chose the wrong side. Yea.
Yea, we have gone through deserts where there lay no way. But as for the way of the Lord, we have not known it.
They have not known it. They were just going all around seeking opportunity, even if they had to step over us to get it. And by doing that, they have lost their way with God.
Verse 8. What if pride profited us?
What have God, what? Then they're going to say, what if pride, look at that word, what if pride profited us? Read.
Or what good have riches with our vaunting brought us?
All the money we got to undermine them, what good will it be anyway? When we have turned our back on the God of the Hebrews, we've turned our back on God's people and left them for dead. 9.
All those things are passed away like a shadow, and as a post that hasted by, and as a ship that passeth over the waves of the water, when it is gone by, the trace thereof cannot be found, neither the pathway of the keel in the waves.
And I need these other nations that are coming over here, undermining and doing what you're doing in this conspiracy. I have y'all understand that if y'all can conspire against God's people, understand that Esau is going to double cross you. Don't think you're safe. Okay? We're going to be all right. It's prophesied that we're going to stand in dominion. But anyone stand with the other nations to conspire against us, guess what? It won't be long before Esau double crosses you. You're next. Elder Lawyer, let's jump right in.
Yes, sir.
Let's jump right in. I don't know if you heard this, but Elder Lawyer, you can hear it with me. Let me pull you in, and you can commentate. Stop me at any time if you would like to say something, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Say something again.
All right.
Okay.
Shalom, mic check 1 2, test test.
You are good. You are good. Let's go straight in. Let's go straight in. Fair use for educational purposes only when the Israelites can no longer be hid. They all know now, folks. They all know. And I believe that this was Candace Owens' road to Damascus moment. For those who don't know, the road to Damascus is when Paul, being a Pharisee, was aligned politically and otherwise against the Church of Christ. Now, Paul, he was not only just high intelligent and influential. Anything he set out to do was accomplished. To a point where Christ said, listen, I have to come down and stop this guy myself so that he can play on my team. So on the road to Damascus, he stopped Paul. Saul, Saul, why do you kick against the pricks? He blinded Saul for 3 days and told him he'll find a prophet. And the prophet would teach him and show him the ways that would lead to him being what? A minister to not just the Israelites who are in darkness, but the Gentiles also. And that changed Paul's life forever. And because of that, he's staked as one of the 12 pillars. And now here it is. I believe in 2022, right? I believe that when she sat in the room, Candace Owens, with Kanye West, this was her road to Damascus moment because it made her think. Or a lot of things that she dismissed but seen was confirmed. Because sometimes when we are amongst the corporate world and others, we see stuff and all that, but we try to pass it off as that's just that person or that person. But I believe this conversation pushed all the right buttons for Candace Owens, and it led her on a mission. And all in all, this is bigger than Kanye West and or Candace Owens. It's just an example of the power of our God resonating with prophecy, awakening the children of Israel in the last days like he said he would. Fair use. And what I'm going to do for those, because I'm not going to watch the whole thing. We got 2,400 people up in here. Oh, yeah. Hey, we're going to get it in right now. In respect of Candace Owens, right? Because I'm not going to watch the whole thing with you all today. I just want to highlight certain points in it. The complete interview, I'll actually put in the description. And I'm sure she put this out there because she knows the world needs to see this. And as you can see, I put the link in the video. I put the link of the video in the chat. Now, don't go there now, but I put it in the chat. You can copy it so that you can do the due diligence to go see this whole video, this conversation amongst friends that was filmed in 2022 in the midst of the so-called COVID thing. Okay? In the midst of 2022. Okay? And Elder Lawyer, we're going to review this together. I'm going to put the commercial on real quick and come right back. And we're going to show you the power of the Almighty, because it's not just Kanye. It's not just Candace. Folks, they're coming after all of our people that have generational wealth and are seeking to use it to help the children of God at the very end. Okay? Don't think they're coming after P. Diddy because of what they're talking about. Okay? What P. Diddy does, they all do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So don't think they're coming after him because he's in a circle of saints. He's amongst a circle of saints who just went rogue. Okay? All right? What P. Diddy does, he was taught by the best of them. Amalek, all right? So don't listen to their Jedi mind trick to be deceived, and anyone they demonize, now you look at them how the media wants you to see them. Okay? I don't agree with none of what they're dealing with, but I know if they're putting it out there, it isn't for the reason they're claiming. It's to destroy people. It have nothing to do with bringing righteous judgment. All right? Hold tight. We're going to look at this together. I'll be back in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. Week 2 of the Academy, tracing the serpent's seed, and we're going to expose the truth of Nimrod's mother. Tracing the serpent's seed. When did the fallen angels fall, and where are they in the earth today? This coming Sunday. The gods the elite worship, including the synagogue of Satan. Shekinah, under Judas Kabbalist, is also the same virgin mother. Okay? The queen mother of heaven, Nimrod's mother. That and more this coming Sunday. Now, let's view this together. Fair use for educational purposes only. For educational purposes only. Elder Lawyer, I'm going to put it in the volume so you can hear it live with the rest of us. And if you have anything to say, you can chime in at any time, okay?
Yes, sir, will do.
All right, let's go.
All right, guys, now it's time for a conversation that so many of you have been waiting for. Candace plus Yay. I guess it kind of starts with a time machine. I got to take you guys in a time machine back to October 3rd, 2022, a day that will live in infamy. Me and Yay premiering shirts at his fashion show, which read White Lives Matter. Definitively a moment I will never forget. We broke the internet, there's no other way to say it, and people just couldn't believe how could a Black person say White Lives Matter. We can only say Black Lives Matter. And it's just interesting to see how the media sort of paints a narrative and there's absolutely no truth to it. I mean, what really happened is Gay called me and he asked me to simply be at his show. Never asked me about wearing any shirts when I was there. We were backstage and he sort of held up the shirt and he was really in the creative process. There were tons of models running around and he just said, I need you to wear this. And I said, sure, because I knew instantly what he was trying to do and what he meant. Shortly thereafter, though, everything changed. And obviously, aside from people being angry at us wearing the shirts, then it shifted into this conversation about Yay and his anti-Semitism. And I can say definitively that it was the toughest moment in my entire career. I had never felt more pressure externally from the media and from friends for me to condemn Yay. And I didn't take the bait. I didn't take the bait because, as I have said many times, Ye had opened up to me about some things that were happening in his life. And you're going to hear in this conversation what those things were. And you can understand how someone would feel if they were subjected to the things that Ye was subjected to. I, of course, wanted the world to hear it back then. I had invited Ye to come on my podcast at the time, and he was slated to come on. But the evening before, I found out that that was not going to be a possibility. The network that I was on didn't think that I was the right person to interview him because of our friendship. And he was really upset. He was very upset. He essentially said that my voice was being controlled.
So Kanye West was telling her that her voice was getting controlled. He wanted to come in the midst of the time they were calling him crazy. And as a friend, they're friends, he wanted to be able to give context outside of how the mainstream media was spinning his mindset. This is Kanye West's friend, right? And I have to say this, fair use for educational purposes. And of course, I believe everyone everywhere need to see this conversation amongst friends.
And something overtook me in that moment. And I said, look, Ye, I obviously cannot overrule this at all. If I had my own platform, I would obviously host a conversation with you, but I don't have that right now. I do not have that right now. But
and you know why I love highlighting something like this when it comes to a sister like Candace Owens? Is because why? How long are we going to tolerate them using a serious, sully image of our sisters, portraying our sisters as such before the world? When you get an opportunity to have a sister who's not just beautiful, intellectual, logical, and understand the dynamics of the world, that should be highlighted. It's very rare we see sisters like this being what? Being the image of who our sisters truly are. And that's why every time an opportunity I get to show forth our sisters in a great light like this, it's seized. And for some reason in our community where we come up, women like this who see things the way she sees it isn't celebrated. It's the Megan Thee Stallions and others that are celebrated. which is something is wrong with us. To be against Candace Owens, but allow the debauchery to continue, and how others portray our sisters as harlots before the world. Something is wrong with us.
Do have is a camera, and I have a friend who knows how to run a camera, and we can just record this moment, and we can lock this in a time capsule. And one day I will have my own platform, and I will premiere this conversation. And that day is today. When I say that it was a tough moment, you were even looking at me when I watched this conversation back. You can just see it on my face. I was postpartum. There are very few times, I'm not a crier. I definitely am not a crier. That's not how I express emotions, but I remember going through this period, and there was a moment when, because I was postpartum, ladies know you have that moment where your hair sheds postpartum. And I remember dealing with the press cycle with Ye, dealing with friends and followers who said they wouldn't support me ever again unless I came out and condemned him, making a decision not to condemn him, and standing in the shower, and my hair was falling out in clumps, and I just said, please, God. I was just crying hysterically, have mercy on me. Please just have mercy on me. I just need to get through this moment. I'm a breastfeeding mom. I can't take anymore. My show's just gone 5 days per a week. Make it stop. Make it stop. And now I look back on that, and I just think everything happens for a reason. And whatever inspired me to say, let's just put on a camera, turn on a camera here, and record and have a conversation and lock it up in a time capsule. It was because that was exactly what needed to happen at that time, and a better moment for people to hear what Ye was thinking and what he had to say is right now. So guys, I invite you to listen to this conversation, Candace plus Ye. It was recorded on October 17th, 2022. I hope you like it. Other level. So I think one of the things that's the most interesting, I want to dive in this way, is
fair use.
People don't actually understand. There's something about you and I coming together that the media cannot stand.
Right.
It's actually fascinating to me. I called you super stressed out 3 nights ago. I was just what the heck am I going through right now? It's another level that you graduate into. When we're talking about Ye, and we're talking about the media, I don't think people understand. When I say the attacks come from every angle, every side, every regard, they'll attack you on your children, they'll attack me and my relationship, they'll go after family members. My dad called me stressed from Hawaii.
Wow.
Yeah, he called me stressed from Hawaii.
Well, it's so funny that you said, you remember I talked about the gray hat? Mm-hmm. And the gray hat hitting your table. Read the last text from my dad out loud. We talked about the miracles. Read out loud the last text.
Wow. When do you want me in Hawaii? That's wild. Yeah. Well, my dad's in Hawaii right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and he called me stressed up. When I picked up, he was just like, Candace, what is going on? Then I actually started laughing. It was kind of comedic relief, because my dad is not really like that. And he was like, I'm reading all these headlines. And my sister was texting me, my uncle, the whole family had just been texting me, are you good? And
all hell has broke loose and all heaven has come through.
Yeah. In a way, yeah. It is. It does feel like all hell has broken loose. And the last time I went through this, though, it was a similar thing. It was for some reason, the game of life was just Candace and Ye are not allowed to come together. Why?
I mean, it's the impact. It's the gut feeling with it's the intuition and the intellect. It's the gut with the information. It's the idea meets the study. And that's how other people have risen to forms of power. God is the only power, and we are vessels. God is a true artist, and we're the vessels. And he's calling for for us to lean into these combinations. What they do is they'll do everything to keep the artists away from each other. Like when me and Dimna were next to each other, it was such a powerful combination. When me and Ken were next to each other, that was a powerful combination. When me and Jay-Z were next to each other, it was a powerful combination. So I love these moments of like these powerful combinations together, and whatever feel you do for like the futurists, the people who can see what the future is, the kids 20 years younger, 40 years from now, 80 years from now, when they see this, that's a big thing, is lean into those people that everyone tells you, like, you don't need to be next to that person, but you have something in your heart and your gut on why you should be next to that person. I've had people like comedians that you know of call me and said, stay away from Candace Owens. And, you know, like literally my, I guess they use the term friends, have done the same to me, even to the point where I'm going to be on Bill Maher this week. I'm going to be on Pierce Morgan. I'm going to be on, I was just on Chris, how do you say his last name? Tonight.
Chris.
Cole. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. Chris Cuomo.
Chris Cuomo. Wow.
Yeah.
You did Chris Cuomo?
Yeah. Tonight, like 30-minute segment, half talking, half a little bit back and forth or arguments. And then when you're landing, they're saying, oh, I can't be on Daily Wire, but I can be on all these platforms. And you said downstairs that they told you the reason is you weren't going to push back on me enough.
Yeah.
Like Chris was saying stuff like, you need to understand and you need to behave. And he said that at one point in the interview. I said, whoa, let's play that back. You need to behave. You're not supposed to talk like that out loud, Chris. You know, we know that that's what it is. And I was just talking to my girl. She was in the car listening to me while I was doing this live Zoom. And afterwards I said, this is the way I felt in Hollywood the whole time I was there. Like people were telling me, like, you need to behave. You cannot wear a red hat. You cannot talk to Candace. You cannot say how you feel out loud. Like today, they took down my Drink Champs. They took it off of whatever platforms, YouTube, Drink Champs, Revolt, and they also...
Now, this was 2022 after he did Drink Champs, okay? So this is revisionist history. So we're going back, and I want y'all to see how profound what happened back then. She did a private interview with him, just a talk with him, to one day allow the world to hear a conversation that's not controlled through media. Just a conversation amongst friends. So this was 2022 when this was recorded. This is fair use. We're using this for religious purposes only. We're not monetized. Fair use for educational purposes only.
Also took me off of the Balenciaga sites, and I just looked at my girl and said, yo, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Like, I'm so happy because I have this freedom from beholding to these brands that say, we only rock with you under these conditions. Like, we can have you be a black person, but only a black person that says, is wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt. Which at this point, now that I've worn a White Lives Matter t-shirt, I'm totally fine with wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt, you know, as well, because all lives matter. But even all lives matter would have, you know, I cut what I'm saying, this train of thought.
No, you're making perfect sense to me. I had two thoughts today. The first, well, I had a lot of thoughts today. I didn't just have two thoughts today, just to clarify.
Yeah.
But I was thinking earlier about when is the first time that I heard Ye was mentally ill, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up on your music. Obviously, everybody knows, like, you know, like when you first were spitting through the wire, you know, and you had a remarkably long career in the public sphere and nobody had ever called you mentally ill, right? And now, no matter what you say, when you don't exist under, I would just call it Hollywood terms, their number one rebuttal, if you have an idea, you're saying anything, is that, well, he's mentally ill. And he already said he was mentally ill because he said it on his podcast. And therefore, we don't have to listen to anything else that he has to say because we already said he's mentally ill. And so I actually researched when is the first time that the public told us this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was in 2017 that they said that you went to the hospital and you were bipolar, and that's...
It's 2015.
Sorry, pardon. 2015 when Trump was...
Yeah. About to... Right when Trump got elected, I went to the hospital less than a week after that. Mm-hmm. Because the entire time while he was running, people told me that my life would be over. I would be on the wrong side of history. You know, like literally people threatened my life and told me, I did not stand up and say, hey, this is what I believe in. And that's who I am. That's what my character is. So I think that
they made you think that.
Yeah, it's like how people, they said the reason why I couldn't be on Daily Wire is the Israelite comment. And every black person is fine with calling ourselves black and being called black. But when I bring up the idea that we're Jew because we are from Africa, the Bible was the majority, it's like set in Africa, then it's challenging. And we talk about on the George Floyd documentary, it's called The Greatest Lie Ever Sold. The idea that black people are not Jew is the greatest lie that's ever sold, because you don't see the Jewish abortion rate at the same level as the black abortion rate. 50% of black deaths a year is actually abortion. You don't see the Jewish divorce rate at the level of 70 something. You said the percent of black moms raising their kids by themselves. You don't see Jewish people shooting each other down in the street on World Star and then rapping about it. It's just not, there's not Jewish content like that. And also Jewish people do business together. And that's what I said on the Drink Champ, say, these are things that I'm envious of. You know,
I think the first thing that someone would say, if you said that, right, is same for Chinese. You don't see Chinese people shooting each other. You don't see Chinese people with this super high divorce rate. You don't see Chinese people and Japanese people and Korean people and Hispanic people-ish, but no matter what, nobody's rates of violence and abortion are as high. White America, forget Jewish America, white America don't have these same rates, right? And so they...
Now check this out, fair use, and I'm going to let it play. Brothers and sisters, can you see why they were getting this, why the media and others and their handlers were discouraging them from talking to each other? This is what happens, brothers and sisters, when we sit down and reason with one another, and this is what they fear. Now, what's wrong with this brother and sister, both Israelites, sitting down and talking to each other and coming on each other's platforms? What were they fearing? I'm going to show you. I need y'all to think about this, folks. If Kanye wanted to do something where it's showing women shaking their behinds and all these others, they would have been down with it. But no, don't talk to Candace. You know why? Because we're supposed to, listen to me clearly, we're supposed to think one thought on one controlled side in an echo chamber controlled by them. We're the only people that's all Democrats. That's idiocy in of itself. Mm-hmm. That's idiotic. There's no race of people where there's just one thing. They vote on what will interest them personally for the next 4 years. They go into policy and see how it's going to affect their finances. Right? And then they vote accordingly. White people flip-flop from Democrat to Republic like changing slacks. It depends on what administration is going to affect their business. We're the only people where the voter block is one way, and we don't even know why. That's how crazy that is. We have no idea why they only allow us to think one way. Fair use.
They ask why isolate Jewish American population?
Well, for black people, okay.
Now you notice Kanye said he's an Israelite too, right? But let's go.
With the rates of that ours being higher, we're still, you go see the slave movie, you see like a slave get their teeth pulled out in front of another slave. We're still getting our teeth pulled out, literally like in jail. I have friends whose, family members went to jail and they got killed by an officer. And
fair use.
Then the officer all of a sudden quit. And they're not there anymore and stuff. And so they can't do the trial. And, so we're getting...
hit the like button.
Right. Still treated like slaves. And with the reason why I specifically say the Jewish people is the Jewish people, like how the Armenians worked in a meatpacking district. The Jewish people came into power in the 80s, truly, when the divorces started happening because of Wall Street, because the Catholic lawyers wouldn't divorce people, and they came into money the way how the darker Jews, the black people, are coming into money now. And they had to, and they did a great job. They colluded. They before that, they were very involved with the civil rights movement, which actually the movement was, it moved blacks from being Republican over to becoming Democrats. That was what the movement, that's where the move happened. Now everyone's, well, why are you calling them out specifically? When I said DEFCON 3, I didn't get an opportunity to say what that meant, but it meant I'm going to call out all these things that have been done to me specifically by Jewish people that so happen to be businessmen or businesswomen, but still it was done by Jewish people to me, to the darker Jew. And I was going to go one by one. And the reason I said it like that is just to say, I know you guys are going to call this anti-Semite, and I'm not afraid of that title. Now I'm going to lean into that title. So call me whatever you want, because you call me void already. What's the definition of black? Void of color. Some people's, artists may say it's all color, and it could also mean it's like what they did and when I ran for office and they showed me on the TV and they blacked my face out and they had me be void. And I think that Jewish people always will tell you about the trauma and the Holocaust. So one of my favorite lines on the Drink Champs, you actually hit me about this, is when Doug Charney said, hey, I want to take you to the Holocaust Museum. And I said, I want you to go to our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood. We're still in the Holocaust. 6 million Jewish people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million darker Jews, black people, have been aborted. More babies are aborted in New York at this point than born at this point. And my thing about the media, the majority of the media, over 50% of the media, at least it's probably 80%, but over 50% of the media is run by Jewish executives. And they allow all of this abortion-driven content that more affects the darker Jew, the black people, more than any other race. But then you ask, because you can't even Google, when you Google Jewish abortion rate, it'll be one piece of information. The next information is from 4 years ago or something. There's no information about it. And if I attempt, my mom said try and spell it. If I fail by attempting to have a conversation with a Jewish person about the abortion rate, they won't allow the conversation to be had. That's why I said, hey, I'm Me Tooing the Jewish race. That's saying, hey, you guys got to come up and say, did you do this or did you not do this? And I'm calling a lot of times say people feel like I'm very selfish driven because I'll talk about things I specifically went through. So I said, okay, well, I'm this voice for the actors, the musicians, the athletes. Specifically, I know are in situations where at least 4 of the people that they do business with are Jewish, and those people know each other, and the athletes come and go, and that 4, 5, 6, 8 people remain. The athletes come and go like cattle in the stable. The actors come and go. The musicians come and go. And that mainstay of that Jewish, just say crew, because it sounds less ramped up than mafia, right? The mob sounds less mentally ill. So let's say there is definitely a crew. And I've been there and I've been talked to certain kind of ways. And you know who else wouldn't be talked to a certain kind of way? Kobe Bryant. You don't get talked to a certain way. I don't get talked to a certain kind of way. So things that I'm saying out loud, hyped up or calmly, I'm saying things 5 times a day that Black people, leaders, that specific Black people, just leaders throughout time, have been killed for things that we're doing 5 times a day. So one thing for the Black community and all of this like woke culture and, you know.
Real
All right,
quick.
Slovakia, sir, if
You had something to say, Elder Lawyer?
yes, sir, very quickly. Now,
Now go
I
ahead.
think you can actually add some insight to this this question that was asked earlier. He made a point, as you stated earlier, about being an Israelite or identifying as a Jew. And
Yeah.
he drew a comparison based upon the abortion, or he made reference to abortion rates and various things, various different elements in comparison to the Jewish people. And he said that Black people abortion rates are well beyond that of the Jewish community. And she asked a very good question. The question is, well, why draw that comparison specifically between Black people and Jewish people when there are other ethnicities, other cultures, other identities who also don't abort their children at the same rate as Black people? Why specifically draw a comparison between Black people and Jewish people?
Yeah.
And I'm going to open that more so as a layup for you to answer that question, as far as why do we, or why should we draw a comparison more so between these 2 particular nations opposed to any other nation on the earth? And again, the reason I ask this is because he answered portions of it, but sometimes with Kanye, we know with Kanye, sometimes it takes him a while. He goes around the world and then comes back and drops a few pieces.
Yeah.
You got to try to put things together.
Yeah,
and what we want to show is the reason why it's important to actually have the biblical understanding to be able to answer these questions from a biblical / historical perspective. So
Exactly. Well, I had it queued up, and I'm glad it was because sometimes as an artist, you know, Kanye, yay, he would like to be called. Sometimes he speaks in abstract, right? And I'm saying, but that's
a nice way to put it.
Yeah, but that's what makes him, believe it or not, the artist he is, because he'll deal with an angle, even in dealing with the music, that you wouldn't expect, and his mind works like that. So and that's why I have this queued up, right? I had it queued up because he would go somewhere else and bring it back. Well, the reason why, when she jumped up and talked about the Asians and others, why the comparison to Jews? Well, number one is you have one who's claiming Israel according to religion or whatever the case is, and you have another that's claiming Israel according to ethnicity. So in comparison, if we're going to have sympathy and empathy and finances towards one Holocaust, which is 6 million, how much more should be towards those who are of the bloodline of Israel? This isn't a Gentile conversation. It's an Israelite conversation. That's number one, right? That's number one. So we have what? we have a blueprint on what to do when some people are Holocaust. So what he's saying is, well, okay, I'll go to your museum, but why forget about the Holocaust our people are currently experiencing? And what makes what happened to you more important than what's currently happening to us? And it's what? It's a valid conversation. It's not denying what happened to them. It's saying, well, okay, well, since there have been Holocaust and atrocities against the people, what about us? And if that's the case, and I'm glad you went there, Elder Lawyer, we have to go to Margaret Sanger, who so happened to be Jewish, and she came up with the Negro Project, the eugenic plan for Black Americans that became Planned Parenthood. And what she said was that she was going to make a move to recruit those of our ilk who are educated and or religion or have religious influence in the community to help push a level of depopulation or less children amongst the Black Americans. Okay? So, who's going to say something about that? And here's a few quotes. All children born beyond what would be required to keep the population level must necessarily perish. She was speaking about us. Unless room is made for them by the deaths of grown persons, we should facilitate instead of foolishly and vainly endeavoring to impede the operation of nature in producing this mortality, right? There's quotes all through here of the plan to make it where even though it's pro-choice, it would be what? It would be predominantly done to get rid of Black people, okay? And it would be a societal norm backed by government for population control to actually get rid of Black people, okay? Now check this out. The Review printed an excerpt of an address Sanger gave in 1926. In it, she said, this is her quote, "It now remains for the United States government to set a sensible example of the world's by offering a bonus of yearly pension to all obviously unfit parents who allow themselves to be sterilized by harmless and scientific means. So incentivize paying people not to have children. In this way, the moron, speak of our people calling us stupid again, and the diseased would have no prosperity to inherit their unhappy condition." That means, why pass down poverty? Why pass down, senselessness? Let's get rid of them so that they don't destroy the future generations. This is her quotes. "The number of the feeble-minded," she called us, would decrease, and a heavy burden would be lifted from the shoulders of the fit. So all through here is what? It's quotes. And then they had what? The Harlem Clinic. In 1929, 10 years before Sanger created the Negro Project, the ABCL, and you need to look at the people that's behind the ABCL, laid the groundwork for a clinic in Harlem. A clinic in Harlem. Huh? Let's talk about it. A clinic in Harlem. And what was this clinic for? It was the dawn of the Great Depression, and for Blacks that meant double the misery. Blacks faced harsher conditions and desperation of deprivation and widespread racial prejudice and discrimination. From the ABCL's perspective, Harlem was the ideal place for the experimental clinic, which officially opened on November 21st, 1930. Many Blacks looked to escape their adverse circumstances and therefore did not recognize the eugenic undercurrent of the clinic. So the clinic was helping us out. You can actually go get your teeth cleaned. You can go and get something for a cold or whatever the case is. But the real objective for the clinic was, that's right, during certain times, to make sure sterilizations were in place as a choice amongst predominantly black people. And this was what? This was the experimental clinic that would become Planned Parenthood. Okay? Now, even till this day, fair use, they are still running on the same issues to make sure from one administration to the next, as Democrats, they enforce eugenics to make sure they're targeting black children.
In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this.
Now this East Indian comes along and they rename it as reproductive freedom, when the whole plan was to get rid of black children so that her family and others can come over to replace you.
Donald Trump said he wants to punish women.
He never said he wanted to punish women. He wanted to make it where life is better for them to be able to raise their children without the threat of their children going through a wood chipper.
And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of 3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3.
Oh, that's bad. An abortion ban. Oh, we can't have that. We need our pound of flesh of Moloch children. Now, y'all see that? And this is what Kanye is talking about. Imagine if legislation was drawn against any other race of people, especially what happened in the Holocaust, that would lead to their children not even getting born. Death against a race of people in plain sight. And not only that, folks, they have legislated it. They're running on it. And no one is saying anything. And Elder Lawyer, that's why I had that queued up. Because everyone is ignoring the Holocaust that has been legislated since the 20s to target and to kill off our people.
Right.
Right? Thank you.
No, Charlemagne and different things. It's like, bro, this is getting ridiculous at this point. People got to put some respect on the fact that I'm actually brave enough to say this out loud. Like, that's what's lit. That's what God is inside of me. That's why I feel so good to be used. You done got me to a point, y'all call me so many names. You've disrespected me. For 3 years, Forbes wouldn't call me a billionaire. It is important if people are calling you crazy to be like, oh, but I'm a billionaire, because it's like, it's not me being classist. It's just me fighting against that, saying, okay, you're calling me crazy, but I must be doing something right now.
Now, Elder Lawyer, let me go to, I got a few points that are already marked, right? So
Yep.
Let me go directly 10 minutes up real quick. 10 minutes up.
With the, I have to word it the right way, but
Fair
with
use.
With 2024, coming 2 years from now, whoever ends up into office by 2024 has to bring the country together. There's no more of this divide. So that means the funny thing about the Jewish media is I have their attention. They love me. They always love me. I have their attention.
Now you're referring to media executives. So like...
Executives, yeah.
Yeah, so like TMZ is owned by Harvard, and that's one Hollywood publication that would like be writing about you all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So
Harvey Levin. Mr.
Harvey,
Jewish.
my name is Jay. It's not Kanye West. I take it like you calling Caitlin Bruce. Like my name is Jay. Like, so those little things. Also refer to me as billionaire. Christian billionaire, yay. Matter of fact, I may legally change my name to Christian billionaire, yay. So you'll be forced to call me Christian billionaire, yay. So because since my name is Jay, I got a lot of room to extend it on the other side. I'm doing a prefix. What's I had a train of thought that I was getting to.
You were saying the Jewish media, and I just interjected to say you're talking about specific people in media.
But what was I saying about the Jewish media? I don't want to kind of ramble to find my point.
Fair use.
Yeah,
it's a really good point. Because even we're in that ticket, I'm a bit sleepy.
Yeah,
it's just that's what made Through the Wire. I'm gonna do podcast sleepy from now. When I do Bill Maher 2 days from now, I'm gonna go in sleepy, right? Because I have so much energy as alien level African king that if you put me in a normal podcast situation with an antagonistic media person, then they can get me to look as animated as they would want me to be on stage or on a basketball court. But in that setting, I have to speak. So now I figured out the code to be as calm as, they would like me to be in these situations. So, but man, I'll get back to it after. Otherwise, we'll have another conversation where we could find what we were saying.
Yeah. But I just what I want to go back to though, with the two things I want to say. So first off, when I was coming on a plane, my podcast was on shuffle, and Jay-Z song came on. It was dun 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 dun. He says, I know what it was. He says, I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. They criticize me for it, yet they all yell holla. If skills sold, truth be told, I'd probably be lyrically Talib Kweli. Truthfully, I want to rhyme like common sense, but I did 5 mil, and I ain't been rhyming like common sense. When your sense got that much in common, and you've been hustling since, the only perception for perception, go with what makes sense. Since I know what I'm up against, we as rappers must decide what's most important, and I can't help the poor if I'm one of them. So I got rich and gave back. To me, that's the win-win. And I was just so stunned. I read it back 10 times because I forgot how much I love that song. And I was like, he's literally telling you that he is dumbing himself down. And he has decided that the better thing to do is to keep the people that follow him stupid and be able to help them by giving money. I can't help the poor. I dumbed down my audience to double my dollars. He has to make a decision to be smart, right? To be rapping like Talib Kweli, or to make money and be able to give back to people. So he knows. And this made me think of you because you said on that podcast that got taken down that information is the number one resource, right? And he knows that he has to choose between giving the people information or having success. And I was stunned by the verse.
And what record label was he on that helped influence that decision? It was a Jewish record label.
Okay, what was it? I don't know. See, I don't know the industry.
Universal, Def Jam.
Yeah, Def Jam. He was definitely
a Jewish and French, because you got Vivendi that owns Universal, but French, that's super colonizers. The French own 80% of African banks.
The French owns 80% of African banks. Who knew that? Who knew that? That the French owns 80% of African banks. Think about this. Jay-Z wrote a song that he must dumb down his lyrics for a certain demographic to sell records. And what he do is give back money when he can to the same people when he really could help them with knowledge. Right? Now, he's about to say some profanity, so I'm going to skip past his profanity here, and I'm going to the 36-minute mark. All right? Fair use for educational purposes only. All right?
The head. We're under the fire, and we're the firefighters. But in order to be a good firefighter, you got to be willing to run into that fire. And that's what makes me the number one firefighter. That's what makes me Michael, because I'll run into that fire. Everyone knows that I'll run into that fire for the people in the burning building. Who's the people in the burning building? All of society. Because blacks and rappers are the thought leaders. We're like everyone, people.
Fair use.
You know, if you go to a college, people have different majors, but everyone majors in Drake at the college. It's very few people, even if they don't particularly seek to listen to him, everyone in the college knows the song. So that becomes then the information, a part of people's curriculum and DNA of the way we think. And what I've been saying is like the idea of free thought, the White Lives Matter t-shirt, that's an idea. Let's talk about idea separate to that t-shirt. You have the idea for civilization to move forward. What do we do in marches? We marched. And what's marching? Walking, right? In order to walk, what do you need? Both legs in order to walk. How do both legs work? One foot in front of the other, one foot in front of the other. So watch this. An idea is your left leg, and actualizing, I like it better than execute, like universal positive forward movement language. You actualize with your right leg. You think the idea with your left leg. You actualize, you're moving forward, right? But if you go into a place where there's thought police, they put the innovators into a place of crawling, and our civilization is no longer moving forward. And you can believe it or you cannot. And I can like classify as a black person, this and that, but I'm challenging all the systems one by one, right? That we will be happier. And not only, I don't love the word utopia, it seems over the top. Not only find a happier way to live, we will actually survive, because we can't survive by being oppressed, by having our thoughts oppressed and being afraid to say what we feel, because, hey, you know what? We could feel something for a bit, you know, and then if you get to do it, you can get over it. Like sometimes like a kid can have a chocolate binge and they get the stomach ache and it only happens one time. Or they can go and touch the stove and they get burnt and it only happens one time. Right now, we're not getting the opportunity to touch the stove. If I hadn't went so far, said the word DEFCON, right? DEFCON, then we couldn't have an open conversation about what Jewish execs are specifically doing. All of the conversation would have been said to be hate speech. Like, how can I hate Jews and I consider myself to be Jew? But then people say, well, you hate black people because you wore White Lives Matter. And now, like I talked to Noriega this morning, he was like, okay, I realized this. I realized that I really don't feel Prodigy died from choking on an egg.
Jumping in right here, because at that time...
He says, how can I be anti when I'm one? He says, I'm Jew. And then he went into Prodigy. A lot of people don't know the rapper Prodigy. They claim he died choking on an egg. Now, that's esoteric in itself. Okay? Egg has serious symbolism within the occult, believe it or not, when you look it up, folks. But I'll deal with that this Sunday. All right? But anyway...
As you can see, both of us were really sleepy. It was very late at night. We were having that discussion, and I hadn't even fully comprehended what he said there when he said that people don't believe that Prodigy choked on an egg. And I had no idea what he was referring to. And I just wanted to let you guys know that there was a rapper named Prodigy who began speaking out about the Illuminati. He basically said, I have this platform and I want to use my platform for good to wake up the masses to what's really going on in society. And so I am going to dig up this old clip of Prodigy right before he mysteriously choked on an egg. And he decided to speak with Alex Jones. Take a listen to what Prodigy had to say.
Yeah, they're doing all this ritualistic murder and rituals on little, you know, they molesting little kids, doing satanic sex rituals. Like, this stuff is really going on in this world. Like, on 9/11, you know what I mean? What they did was they killed 20 birds with one stone. You know what I'm saying? That's how I like to say it. You know what I mean? Because they changed all kinds of laws. They changed all kinds of mentality, the way they look at the world. They pulled off one of the biggest ritualistic murders, you know what I mean, that ever happened, you know what I mean, live for the whole world to see.
So there you have it. That is Prodigy. And like I said, he then mysteriously choked on an egg. Maybe the first person in human history to have choked on an egg in some capacity after speaking out about the Illuminati. Let's jump back into my conversation with Ye.
I really believe in a lot of the things that you're talking about, but we'd rather just accept the pain. Pain is like first thing that drugs that we get, you know, as Black people is like sugar and then pain. And pain because of, and I know because I have a tendency, you know, to be masochistic. It's part of my superpower, right? Like the ability to Deadpool the pain, to overcome, like, but I'm telling you, like a good comment, a bad comment, someone calling you something can change how you feel. People have sent me so many comments about, you know, me standing up about the information with Black Lives Matter and George Floyd that I actually felt happier today. Like today has been my happiest day, right? Because obviously there's, you know, you showed in your documentary that they hired thousands of people to go out in the street and there's a currency for outrage. But there's also really intelligent Black.
A lot of people don't know that they hired people to go out. A lot of our people weren't tearing up these streets. These were provocateurs, illegals. They was moving homeless people into certain camps to have a certain voter block by the time the election would come. And I'm looking for that to happen again with immigrants. So using George Floyd and all of that, and even the measures for the virus as a cover leading up to the election. Candace dropped a lot of that. And I was like, whoa, this is deep. Now, one thing, Elder Lawyer, that he's, because, you know, like I said, he speak abstract. He mentioned the fact that one other person who really doesn't allow, hold on, let me go here. Let me get here. Right here. Yeah, Lawyer, he also mentioned another person who couldn't be controlled was Kobe Bryant. Now, I really would like to know where was Kobe on his way to the day that he was taken down. But all in all, they did say that Kobe, Elder Lawyer, was working on a project that was going to, for all sports in the United States and will expand abroad. It was for athletes' financial literacy, where out of college, they would come into a course that he would provide that all of the athletes would put money into that will allow them to be able to manage their own money, because too many players was coming up broke after failed investments that they were doing with some of these accountants and others who their agents would bring in. So Kobe understood that what the scam was. And he said, well, listen, I'll do a whole business for financial literacy for athletes, not just throughout the United States, but throughout the world, where before you come out of college, you'll understand what to do with your money, because I'm going to show you the model. He was going to use his model so that all the athletes can keep money and have some money after retirement, be it that the average athlete only played for about 4 years. So he was coming up with a plan where all athletes coming out of college, doesn't matter what you play, would understand how to handle your own money without these vultures coming in to actually take your money through bad investments and then claim, well, it went belly up, right? So I don't know exactly what was happening, but I know that Kobe he had a business that he wanted to help our people. And through that, more money would have came back into our communities. And I believe that would have gotten in front of them being able to do what they're doing with the replacements, right? And this is all alleged, but there were conversations out there that he was dealing with athlete financial literacy. All right.
Black people that are tired of our narrative being forced down, forced to us. I don't want to say down our throat because it's not like Paul's. So, but our narrative being forced to us for us to take, what happened before with the media is, they would go and get the best and the brightest to represent Black people. And there's been a shift. They don't want there to be another Beyonce. They don't want there to be a Candace. They don't want there to be a Ye. They don't want there to be a Dr. King, a Farrakhan, a Martin Luther King, Michael Jordan, Nat King Cole. They don't want that. They want to say, hey, we're going to take this person that was a drug addict and we're going to replace him. We're going to replace Martin Luther King with a drug addict. We're going to replace my dad, who was a Black Panther, with the Disney version of Black Panthers.
Fair
and
use.
The fact that Virgil passed. No, I don't mean Virgil. I mean George passed. I don't mean George.
And it's deep that he's saying this because look at music now. Instead of Whitney Houston in her prime, they've given the world Sexy Red. Everything he's saying, it's showing forth right now. When there's many folks, there's some gifted people amongst us, but they're not looking for those. They're looking for people who can be easily controlled and can soil the image of the children of Israel during the time of the awakening.
I mean, Chad passed. Now you can't talk about
fair use.
Black Panther, or you can't point out that Black Panther was actually being used to erase my father's legacy.
The reason why he said Beyonce is not that Beyonce is perfect, and I have a problem with the beehive ideology, okay? But what he's saying is he's talking about multi-talented people who have a voice, okay? And through that voice, power. They don't want anyone with that type of, I would say, influence that they cannot totally control. So from that angle is what he's talking about. He's not saying these people are perfect, but they would rather have totally controlled puppets. And the less talented and the less appreciative people will be not having talent, right? So they'd rather have people on drugs without much talent who would appreciate a platform like Sexy Red and others because they wouldn't have anything otherwise. They would rather have controlled people without talent, is what he's saying. Okay, right. Because at any time, I would say the intellect and the drive that it takes to become successful in that business, you'll begin to use it in other areas after your music career begin to die down. That drive doesn't change. You will redirect it other places. And what they fear is that people who made it from the bottom and became successful would now direct those same talents politically against the machine. So they need dumb people. In a nutshell, they need dumb people. They don't need anyone with a drive who could become successful from nothing, because once you no longer have a career, you'll aim that particular initiative against them. All right? Your mind to be able to succeed. And as you get older, you become more conservative, and they fear that you'll begin to think about helping your people. In a nutshell, really, that's what they fear. Okay?
And what he fought for as the actual Black Panthers. And also, if you go to this one, I think it's called Maleficent, this other Disney film. If you look up Moors, there's a black guy with wings on next to Maleficent. But that's not who the Moors were to us. And it's so funny. The first thing I said when I wore the White Lives Matter t-shirt and we were in Paris, I said, you can't un-Google this. But they took the interview down. So they're in the process of slowly un-Googling me. They're in the process, mark my words, they're in the process of un-Googling me. And
fair use.
It's it's a balance. There's like an argument that's happening inside of the Jewish media right now. Like, do we give him the platform? Do we not give him the platform?
Because not giving you the platform is almost proving your point.
Yeah.
Right? So if you have a Jewish executive who makes a decision that you're not allowed to be on the platform, then you go, okay, well, you prove my point, right? Whereas
that's why we're in your house right now. Because they wouldn't let us talk on Daily Wire, specifically for me having the claim, the possibility that the darker Jew known as blacks that came from Africa could possibly be Israelites, that could possibly be Jew.
And I was just to be super open, I was confused by.
Hold up. I'm going to have to go back on that. Because he's emphasized Israelites all through this particular personal conversation that was put in the vault by Candace Owens. Candace Owens couldn't interview him because the Daily Wire in 22 said, you can't do it. So, but she just said one night, come over and we'll just talk, and held it up until this our current time. And all through this, elder lawyer, he's stating he got the greatest blowback when he started saying that he was an Israelite or a Jew.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he started getting all the pushback. Why? All through this, he said that everything was fine until he started saying he was an Israelite. Now, if this is what he's saying, elder lawyer, with the cameras off, right? You know, I get my mind to thinking. What was him and Jay-Z talking about? What was him and other artists speaking about? Drink champs. We only seen, elder lawyer, what they allowed us to see when the cameras were rolling. What were they talking about when the cameras were off? See, and that's what the powers that be are concerned about. That's what they're concerned about. Let me tell you, Candace started looking into this Israelite thing, beyond any shadow of a doubt. And that's what's driving her right now. And I believe she's intelligent enough to say, I believe in Christ and I'm Catholic. I believe she's moving, but still learning. Okay? We're going to reach out to Candace, but let's keep going. The
platform is almost proving your point.
Yeah.
Right? So if you have a Jewish executive who makes a decision that you're not allowed to be on the platform, then you go, okay, well, you prove my point, right? Whereas
that's why we're in your house right now. Because they wouldn't let us talk on Daily Wire, specifically for me having the claim, the possibility that the darker Jew known as blacks that came from Africa could possibly be Israelites, that could possibly be Jew.
And I was just to be super open, I was confused by it because I'm like, are we saying that there's no such thing as black Israelis? They live in Israel. So I don't know, maybe Kanye descends from it, maybe I descend from it, who knows, right? So I don't know why I'm making that claim. Like if you got up here right now and you were like, I'm a white male, why would you need to be deplatformed for that? Like, why would that be such a thing that you couldn't say? That I'd be like, oh my God, you're not allowed to say that you're a white male. Like, we cannot have you on the show.
And maybe people, if people could be transgender, why couldn't people be?
Right, that's what I mean. Like, what's the big deal? Let's pretend that.
Elder, you see him?
Mm-hmm.
If a man can identify as a woman, and that's promoted by mainstream media, a woman can identify as a man. What's the problem with black people identifying as Israelites?
Right.
And guess what? They have yet to answer that question because it's showing the hypocrisy that's out there. You know why? Because it's really undoing the conspiracy. Because if you know you're Israelites and you link to the curse, you begin to understand and go into the Bible concerning the enemies who have always fought against the children of Israel. That's what they fear. Hence the reason I started this program off, this broadcast off, Psalms 83. Because for years, Elder Lawyer, we understood there was a hidden hand systematically attacking us, but couldn't identify exactly why it was happening and who was doing it. Right? But now we've come to the knowledge of the truth. We can avoid some of this because now we can identify those who systematically are in place to keep us down. That's what they feel. And see, you can't control someone with the truth. Right? So, hey, I give it to him, though. What better way to get close to Judah and watch and control what happens with Judah? What better way to do it than, converting into Judaism? What better way? You can't get no closer to Judah than that. Right? But I digress. Fair use.
You're completely making up. Why can't you just say that? Like, why is that information, like you thinking that so crazy that it can't be said,
Yeah, if people could be transgender, why couldn't they be trans race? You can define who you are.
Rachel Dolezal is trans race. She got her OnlyFans. She's not deplatformed. She didn't get her Twitter.
And as a lawyer, another thing, before I'm going to end this real soon and open up the calls. I wonder why Candace Owens gets so much negative thrown at her from amongst our people. I'm still trying to figure this out, right? Like, for instance, and maybe someone can answer that also. It seems like people like to point out all negative when it comes to her, right? What they will excuse with someone else, they don't like her because of it. Like, for instance, she makes logical points that cannot really be refuted. And she makes logical sense. And she truly cares for our people. But no one sees that the fact she's pointing out what's making her as a black woman, it's soiling her image publicly, and she's fighting against it. Right? But then they'll come and say, well, hold up. She's married to a white guy. Well, hold up now. No one is saying anything about Serena being married to a white guy. Why is it that it's okay for Serena to be married to a white guy, but not Candace? Now, I'm for what the Bible says. People should be with their own nation. Okay? That's the way it should be according to the Bible. But I'm not in control of someone's house. But all in all, why is it that it's a double standard where Serena Williams is celebrated, and that's fine. She got a husband, whatever the case is. But yet, when Candace logical points are coming up, they'll automatically point to she's married to a white man. What is this thing where they don't like Candace Owen? From your opinion, lawyer.
From what I understand, I think some of it comes from, and this is just dealing from the point of view of the everyday average person, who would see some of her talking points. For example, she may say, like, if a shooting or something happens where the police do something to, let's say, an unarmed black man or unarmed black woman, she would say that, well, the police were justified in the way that they approached the situation. So things like that, the way she deals politically or the talking points she may have socially in regards to defending police and so on and so forth, people may take issue with that. And, automatically the standpoint is that she must be, there's various terms that people use. I'm not going to use any of the terms on this broadcast, but the terms that are used when it looks like a person is kind of taking the side of the oppressor over the oppressed.
Okay. So politically, they think that she's siding with the right with her being Republican. And she's not going with the Democrat line when it comes to crime and all that. She don't take the mainstream narrative when it comes to the shooting. She look into it and say, well, there's another side to why the cop was there, and they feel that is overshadowing the injustices that are done through police.
Right.
Okay, and that's understandably so. But I'll tell you what, like, are we intelligent enough to take what someone's saying that's truth and discard what's not?
Right. Exactly.
And you understand? Or should we throw it all out because we're not where she is politically on certain points? Should we ignore it altogether because of one thing?
Right.
And
Right.
why do they expect that only that view of discarding others? Why do they expect that solely, strictly from black people? When other people, you don't see Jewish people throwing out their people through one point.
Right.
Right? You got to be objective. Okay, I disagree with this, but yeah, they did. You do make sense here. So we have to become more. We really have to become more objective without throwing people out altogether and give people an opportunity, because none of us, when it comes to our own opinion, politically or whatever the case is 100%. What's right? So 100. What's 100% is the word of God, and all in all, when it comes to it, is you have to throw her out because what she brings to the table is way more important than one instance you may disagree with her politically. And I see people. I see people would even go through the lengths and try to thread this particular needle. They would try to claim. They would go to this scripture here for Candace Owens. Deuteronomy 7:3. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor shalt thou take unto thy son. For they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. They'll use this for Candace Owens. But when you go to the first verse, they'll go straight to 7:3. And see, they'll do that for the ignorant. Because those who read the Bible know that this has nothing to do with Candace Owens' relationship. 7:1 reads, when the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whither thou goest to possess it, and have cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. So these are the nations right here that the Most High was talking about. So they're disingenuous in using this scripture to say that this is the scripture that Candace Owens is breaking. What are you talking about? And not that, listen, every nation is supposed to be their own nation. But if you're going to use scriptures that doesn't apply, where does it stop? And now how can we claim the Christians and other people only using scriptures out of context to make a point? Okay? I just wanted to put that out there.
Right. And on that point, I think we do have to be more objective in the way that we analyze anyone. That should be, the scriptures tell us to be objective. But the reality with that is that people only afford objectivity to people who they like. If they don't like you, if they already set it in their minds that they don't like you, automatically objectivity goes out the window. So I think that is part of the issue as well. People have already settled in their minds that they don't like her, for whatever reason they don't like her.
Yeah.
And because of that, even if she does say something that you can say, okay, that makes sense, that's true, they will throw that out the window because they don't like her.
And guess what? And that's fine. But if you have your personal opinion on what you don't like, okay. Don't try to bring God into it to try to justify your negative view on somebody. Okay?
Right.
That's confirmation bias. And now you're going to use God to say, and God feel this way too. No. Right. You have your right to dislike something. If you don't have to, everyone, doesn't agree with everyone else. Everyone doesn't like everyone else. That's fine. But I believe it's wrong because I see so many people trying to use scriptures out of context. Don't try to bring God to try to back up your particular vitriol you have against a person. And the same thing we say about, even though we point out the synagogue of Satan, the injustice of the world, we're not going to use scriptures out of context And now I'm butchering the scriptures based on our personal feelings. When the Bible says, thou shalt not abhor an Edomite because he's your brother. Yeah, but God hated Esau. Okay, but you're not God. The Most High said, you are not to abhor an Edomite. Now what? Oh man, you just want to love white people. See, that's what they do, folks. Because the Bible can't confirm, they ad hominem attacks and all of that, because we won't allow people to use scriptures out of context. Feel the way you want to feel, but leave God out of it. Don't try to use scriptures to justify your biases against anybody. There's enough truth in this Bible to condemn the evil regardless of color. Okay? I can point out all the evil amongst all nations. And guess what? It goes and it cut both ways. That's what the Bible does. Okay? So this, I'm using this as an example. You can feel a certain type of way, and sometimes I'm using Candace Owens as an example. You might be right in your views. Right? But what if the sister repent? What if the Most High is taking her through something that's going to help our people? If he could change Moses, he was prince over Egypt, a rival at one time. If he can change Paul, who was killing the church, why not only that, if Christ can accept us after all the evil we have done against the laws of God, why can't we hold mercy in a path right back for our own people? And I'm going to tell you, and I said it earlier, lawyer, we're harder on our own people than anyone else. We give everyone else a pass. But there's no mercy for our own. And that's why, listen, I can listen to her objectively. I don't agree with everything she say. But right now, that young lady is on fire. And I'm talking about in a good way. She's on a path. And I can recognize that. And guess what? When Sister Esther was married to a Persian man that saved our people in Persia at that time. Hey, if I was living back then, I would be more appreciative of the fact that the Most High put in a position to help us. Oh man, I'm not going to accept living because she's married to a Persian. That's idiocy. So it's time for us to broaden our understanding, to know when the Most High is doing something beyond our understanding. Right?
Twitter account taken or Instagram taken. So that's kind of the question that I had. And I also want to ask you, like, going back to your analogy, why run into the burning building, right? When the people inside of it are saying, we don't want help.
Now, that's a good question, Elder Lawyer. Kanye say, well, if he the one that have to sacrifice himself by going into the burning building for his people, then tear him down there. And she comes and asks, well, why would you go into a burning building when the people are saying, we don't want you to save us? Very, very, that's a journalistic question there. Because she know the destructive policies of the Democrats. Democrats were set up to kill and destroy our people outright. They finessed us into actually switching to the party that was hanging us. Right? So she's saying you want to go into a burning building and the people, when you go into the building, they're going to kick you down the steps trying to save them. Right? Great question. Let's hear the answer.
Because they're so convinced that it's not a burning building, right? So you either have the Jay-Z perspective where it's like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send some firefighters to try to throw some water on it. Mm-hmm. Is your perspective is like, I'm going to run the building, rescue as many people as I can, and I might kill myself in the process, right?
Fair use.
Why not do what Jay-Z's doing?
Why not do what Jay-Z doing? Jay-Z is keeping quiet. Jay-Z is moving silently. He's trying, and I'm understandably so. He's trying to avoid one of those cases that soon will be swinging his way after they're done with Diddy, right? So why don't you move? And you know why he's not going to move like Jay-Z? Because you can do everything the elite ask you to do, and they'll come after you anyway. Ask Bill Cosby. See? That's why. It's darn if you do, darn if you don't. So even if they don't do anything, even if they stay quiet, they're going to come after you anyway, because your catalog to them is worth more than you.
Right.
That body of work that you've created is going to make sure their great-great-grandchildren will never have to work again. See? They just need to find a way to get it up from under you and pay off your current family a little bit so that there's no generational wealth. That's why. That's why. So you think you're moving in silence, but guess what? They got plans for everybody that's on the left-hand side. That money in the agreement is for your life. It's not generational wealth for your children. The agreement was with you and the devil, not for your children. So that generational wealth cuts off after you.
Get to the top, know how it works, and just say, well, I'll do a little charity here in Zimbabwe. It is what it is.
Yeah, because just enough isn't enough. Like God calls us, and I believe God's going to call them too, because they're dealing with it even in their positions. They don't, like I said, they don't want the media doesn't want another Beyonce. They want to go and take.
They launched Trayvon, the BLM movement with Beyonce and Jay-Z. Don't forget the Trayvon Martin BLM thing. That was them marching in the streets in Brooklyn. Somebody want to correct me? Brooklyn, Beyonce, and Jay-Z, they launched that movement.
I can't say that they always, make the right decisions and stuff. They lost one of their best decision makers, being me. Like, I kind of, went into their, Calabasas for a little bit and, blew it up, right? You got this person getting people out of jail, making billions of dollars, cultural influence, all this stuff. And, God has called me to move around. Interesting, okay, so I'm at the BLM premiere, and the death of the BLM, the scam aspect of BLM.
So he knew that was a scam. But let's go to the end of it before I open up the calls. One moment.
London is Johnny Ives. So it's that mix of those that we gotta look at all the talent on the planet and bring them into the American companies. The American companies are the super forces. I mean, that's PayPal, McDonald's, Amazon, Google, Apple. It's like, and now, what Yeezy is slated to become, because Yeezy's got one of the two most compelling founders living. The other one is Elon. So that's us. It's like Yalon to save the world, Elon or Yalon, or however you want to word. I saw that actually up today. It's for us to come together. What's so good is like Elon actually, he illegally can't become president. So that means that at a certain point, like, I have to be president, and to empower. It's like,
that's not going to happen.
Like the current, the Biden administration. So the current Biden administration won't even talk to Elon. Won't even speak to Elon. Like, wait, what?
Because he's not staying in line. And that's the thing, is like, they feel like they say that to everybody. And I get being called crazy when you're not crazy will drive you crazy, right? I was being driven crazy by the fact that every time they picked up an article, they just kept, like, this is what I called you. I'm like, they just keep calling him crazy. And with Elon, it's like different attacks, but it's consistently saying stuff that isn't true. And then you have everybody else, like the masses, repeating stuff that isn't true. You know what I mean? And I just don't understand why I get frustrated. It's like, how much more success can you have before they stop?
Right, but that shows you they won't, because my success, the success that will happen is, this is the success, having our own platform. It's not up to Twitter. I mean, now it's still on Apple currently, it's still on Apple, and it's still under the satellites. So there's a bit more freedom. We're just at a different level of the video game, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's still some mountains to climb. But I'm really big on, I want to talk about is in our sleepy cast, and I'm gonna go get some sleep, is, well, I touched on it before, maybe we can cut this to work together, but to bring people together. The left, we always talk about the left and right. Well, we're one body. We have a left and right. So we're really big. Like right now, the left is fighting against the right. And that's like, if I was going like this, my left hand and my right hand, we have to fight together for our species, for humanity, because the right has some great things and the left have some great things also. Like the left is really good at media, so, and the left is not, they're not happy with the Biden administration either. And we have an opportunity to really win the hearts of the left also. It's that I'm really big on, like when I made Stronger, Nicole Scherzinger from...
Well, at this point, Elder Lawyer, he goes into a few political views before she, do a little recap and just close it out. But all in all, brothers and sisters, if you can, I'm going to put in for those who came in late, I'm going to put in the chat. I'm put in the chat the link so that you all can see it in its entirety. All right. I just pulled out a few points, but obviously a lot of things he said about the country becoming more divisive by 2024 is already here. He also says a few things about Kamala in there, right? But all in all, look at it yourself. But the fact that they did this private conversation where Israelites were being spoken all through it is surreal. It's a good time to be living, and I'll tell you, I've never thought that I would be living in a time where where being an Israelite would be on the tongue of the majority of people within the earth that has influence. That's how close we are. Okay. We're no longer ashamed concerning who we are according to God. And I wanted to read this real quick, if you will. And I'm going to ask you again, Elder Lawyer, do you think that there's enough of our people that can get on code at the very end to resist what's about to happen? What's about to happen? Because I believe the last 4 years was the setup. You have to think about it. At the end of Trump's administration, the code came out of nowhere. We were doing good economically as a people. We were going up into the middle class until that happened. Then all of a sudden, jobs were snatched away. Everyone's taking the vaccine. Our communities being overran. Mail-in ballots. No borders. Immigrants came in from everywhere pressing upon our people as if they're on a clock to get rid of us and to replace us before the election. And I want to know whether or not, do our people actually see the threat that they're currently under? Okay. And I'm going to be talking about this and more. But I want to read this because there's a good time that was prophesied. Let's go to Hosea 1 to round this out. And again, I'm going to touch on a lot of this, some more, during Patreon this particular Friday for those. And we're going to be setting up mini debates, 30-minute debates on Patreon, where people can come in and debate their point if they disagree. I don't care if they're Muslim. I don't care if they're East Indian. I don't care if they're Catholic. Hey, they can be an Israelite. If they have a disagreement with doctrine, you got 30 minutes to prove your point. And we're going to have a 30-minute face-off, okay, on Patreon, and that will be coming soon, okay? So if you want to be a part of that, the debate moments on Patreon, go to Patreon.com/AGathering144, become a Patreon member, and hey, let the games begin. All right, real quick, let's go to Hosea 1, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Hosea 1, verse 11.
Hosea 1, verse 11 reads.
In fact, verse
10.
10.
Yep.
Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God.
And I believe this is why he called himself Yea, because ye is all through the Bible, right? Ye means you. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said to them, Ye are not my people, we were called everything except Israelites in this land. There it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God. You are in fact the true children of Israel. And that's why these Gentiles are pressing against us, right? Now we have to put measures in place to make sure that when it's a private situation where we're in the hospital or doctors or other places where they're trying to impose their satanic will and eugenic weaponry against us, that there's a plan in place where people can mobilize to protect people who are separated from their families when it comes to certain life-changing decisions. That's going to have to happen, because I found out they've been picking us off one at a time, but us sitting there listening to somebody who we think we can trust. And now here it is, we're putting someone in the ground because privately they're speaking to someone who's seeking to destroy them through pharmacy. So we're going to need some processes in place. So if people are separated from their families and have to go and get some care, that there's a system in place to protect them, just in case there is someone who snuck in one of these places who is against our term. But all in all, the Bible says that in the very end, in the same place where they claim that we were Negro, black, and all these other things that doesn't exist according to God, there it shall be said that we are the children of Israel. And guess what? That have nothing to do with what religion we follow. Okay? That's who we are according to prophecy. That's who we are according to bloodline. And we need to embrace that, because these are the people the Most High will set up after the fall of this empire. One last scripture, Elder Lawyer. And if you have anything else to say, let us know, and I'll open up the lines. Romans, the 8th chapter. Real quick, Romans 8. And we're going to read 14 through 17, if you will.
Yes, sir. Romans 8, verse 14. For as many as are led by the Spirit of God, they are the sons of God.
And that's what's going on. Right now, even though I'll tell you, people may think that, a lot of our people are a little eccentric or abstract, or they come from different walks of life. But the Most High is calling our people from every walk of life. Okay, the Most High love them too. For as many as are led by the Spirit of the Almighty, they are the sons of the Almighty. And we're being led by the Spirit. And many of the elite, many of our people who was deemed the elite amongst our people, know that they're getting double-crossed. And they have a choice to make. And I'm going to have a whole other conversation on that in the future. Right? 15.
15. For ye have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear.
And it says, for those who are in the Most High, have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear. And you notice that every 4 years, they try to put a boogeyman thing on us and say, oh, you better watch out for this or watch out for that. They've been controlling us with fear since we stepped off of those slave ships and shackles. You can't say you're down with the Most High and have some people scaring you into doing something. That's a person without faith. For ye have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear. Read.
But ye have received the spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father.
Whereby we cry, Abba, Father, our Father. The Most High have adopted us back. The curse is on us as long as we'll accept it. If you still believe you in shackles, woe is me, they're going to put me back in slavery. Guess what? If you in that mindset, you'll stay under the curse. But what about our Father? We have to cry, our Father. Thank you for forgiving us. Thank you for accepting us back. Thank you for reclaiming your children. Thank you, AHAYAH, for giving us our name back as the children of Israel. 16.
The Spirit itself beareth witness with our spirit that we are the children of God.
And there's no doubt that we don't have to just, even without us knowing that we were the Israelites, we were operating with much power as the salt of the earth. Our spirit in of itself beareth record that we had to have been the people. We're the salt of the earth. I don't care what you're cooking. It ain't right unless you put some salt in it. And that's how this earth is. Unless we get up in it, it's plain. It's dull. It's without soul. It's without spirit. That's what an Israelite is. The Spirit itself bears witness that with our spirit that we are the children of God. I'm just glad that the whole world is beginning to understand it, and those who can actually influence others before the engagement. Because eventually, they're putting all these people in place to sabotage, undermine, and eventually engage against the children of God all throughout the earth. That's prophesied in the Bible, but guess what? We win. We win in the end of this for those who believe in our Savior. 17.
And if children, then heirs, heirs of God, and joint heirs with Christ, if so be that we suffer with him, that we may be also glorified together.
So that we also may be glorified together. We're the heirs to the kingdom. We're the heirs to this earth. We're the heirs to the promises of Abraham. And guess what? We don't have to go bomb people in Palestine and wipe people out in unjust wars to get it. We just have to follow the Lord's commandments. Get back on code with one another. Vote for Christ. Begin to treat each other better. Forgive one another. And stop hating on one another. The enemy has surrounded us on every side through the conspiracy. Okay? So it's no time to be running around feeling ill feelings against one another when we are all we have in Christ. And we need to support others who see what we see, because we're dealing with a world where 90% of the people are walking in darkness. With that, Elder Lloyd, you have anything else to say? Real quick?
Yeah, to answer your question, if you can repeat the question so I can ensure that I'm answering the right question in regards to our people waking up in time in these last days. Do you think, can you rephrase the question, or can you repeat the question so I can get answer it correctly?
Is there enough time for our people to get on code with one another, to actually oppose or to protect themselves from what's about to come against them.
Okay. So yes, I think there's layers to that question. First and foremost, I think that if we're talking about the masses of our people, the answer is no. And I don't ever think there'll be a time in which the masses will all come on code together at one time to stand up with the goal to protect themselves. I think the moment that everyone gets on code, it's too late. The moment that everyone sees at the same time something taking place, I think by that time it's too late. And I compare that to the boiling frog analogy, where the frog don't realize that the water is being turned up and slowly but surely he's boiling on the inside. And by the time he realizes that he's being cooked, he tries to jump, but he can't because he meets his death. So I don't think that will ever happen when it comes to the masses. But at the same time, I think that that's okay, because if we're dealing from a scriptural perspective, there was never a time in which the masses all together came to the same exact understanding at the same time. It doesn't mean that the Most High's will not be done, which is a remnant raising up, and through that remnant, those who believe amongst that remnant, actually standing on code with one goal in mind, which is to stand against, what the day to come. And I'm going to read this very quickly out of the book of Romans 11, verse number 2. It says, God hath not cast away his people which he foreknew. Wote ye not what the scripture saith of Elias, how he maketh intercession to God against Israel, saying, Lord, they, meaning the Israelites, the majority of the Israelites during Elijah's time, have killed thy prophets and digged down thine altars. And I am left alone, and they seek my life. So during the time of Elijah, the majority of the Israelites had turned their back on the Most High, to the point where Elijah thought that he was standing by himself for the Most High against all Israel and against all evil and wickedness during that time. But verse 4 says, but what saith the answer of God unto him? I have reserved to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal. So the Most High is basically saying, or he basically told Elijah that, listen, you don't need the majority. There's a remnant of men as well as women who will stand in that day against the evil, who will be on code, who will understand the same things, and will seek to help preserve each other's lives. So it says here in verse number 5, even so then at this present time also, there's a remnant according to the election of grace. So I believe that there will be an elect according to the will of the Most High who will stand. But the masses, I don't think they ever will come to that understanding. And that's not to say that we were all part of the masses. Let me say this. Let me make that clear. At one point, we were all a part of the masses. So that's not to say that people cannot be pulled out from among the masses to come to the same understanding. Yeah. But I think the masses, when it comes to awakening, they awake incrementally to just, certain levels of awakening. They may awake to what's going on with the food. They may awake to what's going on with politics. They may awake to certain conspiracies and things of that nature that, they may awake to certain levels of consciousness, but as a whole, they'll never come to one conclusion with a solution on how to actually deal with these separate aspects of things that they've awakened to. So I think, again, to close out, it will only be a remnant who will stand, but really that's all we need. So with that, I conclude.
Yeah, and let me say this before I open up the lines, 515-605-9327. I'll say this also. Our people have been warned. We've been warned over and over again to come to the right side of judgment in this time of the awakening. Like I said earlier, no one is going to be able to feign ignorance or claim they didn't receive an opportunity to repent and to come to the Almighty. And I'm going to tell you right now, if someone comes out and says straight that the only thing they're running on is for our sisters' right to be able to get rid of their babies.
Mm-hmm.
If any of our people, I don't care, a man or a woman, vote for someone who the only thing she has is immigrations to replace and to kill our people, and on top of that, she only comes with what? Reproductive rights to be able to get rid of your child. That means you are spiritually aligned with those who are against God. Mm-hmm. In the book, it tells you, thou shalt not kill. And for someone to say it over and over and over again, and you were saying, well, okay, I'm going to be down with her because she's a black woman, you are out of your mind. You are out of your mind. When her she don't have no values that align. Put it this way, what she's pushing on our people here, she wouldn't last 5 minutes pushing that on her people in India. Imagine, Elder Lawyer, if one of us was to go to India, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not even their people get in a political position to say, I'm going to give you the right to get rid of your children. How long you think I'll make it in that country?
You'll be floating in the Ganges somewhere.
I'll be under Dwarka. So I'm just saying, but this is a test for our people.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they do with these elections is to find out who and where our spirit aligns. That's what they be doing. And if you Mike Tyson in a wig uppercutting your daughter and wrestling your daughter in school, and if Mike Tyson can identify as a woman, if he put on a wig, and then get in the ring with your child, these are the things you are agreeing to.
Mm-hmm.
So what you see is what you get. So no one can claim, well, I was blindsided with this particular person when they've shown you what they are about. They're about death, the destruction of family, and all of that. And I'm not saying go for the other side. What I'm saying is, would you align yourself with that? And what is the judgment for it? Right? So let's get some phone calls in here. 515. Matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, I'm going to pull it up right here, so you don't have to go anywhere. 605-9327. Blog Talk call in. What say you? And again, week 2 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy, we're going to be doing what? Tracing the serpent's seed, showing proof of the fallen angels, and showing their authority on earth being worshipped by the elites here on earth. And we're going to break down the so-called Queen Mother of Heaven and her origin. This particular academy, this week, Tracing the Serpent's Seed. Go to historytimes.org to enroll.
Blog Talk Radio. Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
One moment.
Unmuted.
Oh yeah, come to find out, this so-called vice president that Kamala handpicked, okay, yeah, he's Jewish, it's all good, but he want to finish the open border plans to totally decimate and destroy our people in the inner cities. All right, so what they're doing is seeking to use these people as a new voter bloc and use them to press against our people and to destroy us altogether. Psalms 83. 515-605-9327. We're going to go down the line, and we're going to start off with Sister Cora. I haven't heard from her in a while. Good to hear you, Sister Cora. Good to know you out there. How you doing? How you doing, Sister Cora?
Shalom, Elder. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm so glad I found this church, because I said you all have been, really enlightening me, not only, tell me what to think, but like I said, I've always had questions. I've been a person, I always like to get to the bottom of mysteries, and you all have solved a lot of mysteries through just your regular videos and through the academy. Now, what I'd like to
do us a favor, sister, because sister, it seems like you have some noise in the background. Am I playing in the background there?
No, I muted the back. I think there's in a distance a TV is playing somewhere. I'm in a place where they have a TV on.
All right, I'm going to try to drill through, because every time you're on the phone, there's a lot of activity. But go on. But thank you, sister.
I can go out, go in a different room where I don't have the TV playing. But yeah, that's in the back. Yeah, I think that's what you're hearing. Let me go out.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to be conscious, sister. You have to be conscious of the background noise when you call.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can get away from that. Okay. And okay. Is that better?
Okay, that's fine. Well, thank you, sister. Okay. No problem. But go on.
Right. Okay. Well, when like Elder, you asked the question and Elder Lawyer answered, and I think I kind of agree with him in trying to talk to people. I come up with the thing. And trying to tell them that, about, enlightening them who we are and why. And, the reason is so you know who your enemies are. And I get the response, oh, we're all God's people. Oh, we don't have any enemies. We don't have any enemies. And when I try to tell them about the Kamala, they say, oh, no, well, she's just another people. She wouldn't be against us. Well, and you go on people with, not like who they are, just, you go on back, whether they're qualified to this or not, qualified for the position. And so I get that kind of response from people that I'm trying to enlighten to. So I think it's kind of like beating a dead horse. So I kind of agree with Elder Lawyer.
Well, sister, yeah, but I think you have to ask the right questions instead of trying to just say something or try to have them research something. Just ask, well, matter of fact, what exactly is Kamala Harris's policy? No, I'm not putting you on the spot. I just need to know, what is she going to do in particular for our people? And hear what their responses are.
Okay, because I mentioned the fact that she said, she wasn't doing anything particular to black folks. Well, they just glossed over that. But
I'm talking about when you're speaking to people, though.
There's going to be.
I'm talking when you're speaking to people, because I so happen to have experienced that with a person, and I just asked them, like, listen, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what in particular does Kamala stand for? And that the person, okay, there's a lot of stuff going on. I got to place you on hold. Sorry. But do you know, I'm sorry about that. I can answer on the other side. There's a lot of noise going on in there, Cora. I apologize. And I received a blank stare with no answer. Now, that have to be a serious spell on the people where you will support something and don't know exactly what you're doing it for. I'm like, yeah, matter of fact, I'm messing around. I'm sort of interested in what her policies are. What is it she say she's gonna do? If she's elected, and that I haven't had one person respond with an answer, not one. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna look into it. I'm like, She said, it seemed like you're pretty hype about a person and don't know exactly what they're going to do. I mean, why are you hype about them? I mean, what's going on here? And they usually say nothing at all. Why? Because she haven't stated and emphasized anything outside of abortion concerning what she's going to do for anybody. The only thing she talks about is abortion. That's it. Reproductive rights. Harold has a question.
Shalom, elders.
How you doing, Harold?
And double honor. I'm fine. Double honor to all the elders and the bishops, including my Bishop Baruch out of Atlanta.
Blessings.
All right. So, my question. First of all, I have 8 children. So, as a child, I believe by the power of the Holy Spirit that I'm led to, to what I'm doing today.
Okay, what's your question, brother?
Okay, my question is, Amalek today, who would they be? And also, before you answer that question, I wanted to know about the Hotel Rwanda thing, if you can answer that or not.
Okay, let me answer the first one. Amalek would be, in particular, those that are the elite amongst modern day jewelry, European jewelry, okay, like the Rothschilds, like those that have constructed the Bank of England and all that. They would be, yeah. I'm not just talking about you got some people who just regular white people who convert to Judaism. A lot of them are going to be sacrifices if they stay over there in that area when the war comes. But I'm talking about the tippity top of jewelry is Amalek.
Got it.
Now, Hotel Rwanda.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me break down Hotel Rwanda. That was a propaganda piece that really was hiding the fact that that was a coup that came in to destroy that place politically, who were opposing the European construct. And they try to make it look like a black on black crime thing, when really a lot of these black people that were brought in, they were brought in from different countries within Africa. They were like NATO troops being used under the guise of all of that to topple Rwanda, because what was happening is they were withstanding the European powers politically. So that was the divide and conquer. They used the Hotel Rwanda thing to cover that that the governments had a hand in that whole thing. It weren't just rival tribes against another tribe. That was a lie. That was just a propaganda piece, and people from Rwanda will tell you the same thing. There was people that weren't from other tribes and all, people that weren't even from that same country that was coming in doing things as if they were hired hands. Okay?
Oh, okay. So I did kind of.
And a matter of fact, speaking of that, based on what we're seeing with the immigrants, we're going to see a lot of Hotel Rwandas in the major cities where the immigrants are pressed. We're going to be witnessing a lot of what we've seen over there with the Hotel Rwanda, provocateurs, one against another, undermining and destroying our businesses and all that's left. That's going to be happening in the inner cities. It's the same thing.
So the Tutsis, were they Hebrews or what?
Were the Tutsis Hebrews? Okay. So people try to make it seem like it was a Hamite Israelite type of thing. Both of those tribes, as far as I know, when I look at Hebrewism in West Africa, both of those are Israelite tribes.
Oh.
Okay.
To be honest, that really don't make much. To me, it don't make much sense. But, to me, it don't make sense.
Well, it makes sense to me. The Crips and Bloods are the same people.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for taking my call, and I love you guys. You guys did a lot for me and my family.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the most I believe I know it's the Most High using you, because when I first started watching GOCC, my brother introduced me to you guys, and every message that you came with, I mean, my wife is my witness that I talked to her about the subject first.
Yeah.
When I went, yeah, confirmation. So I'm like, wow, you know, I know the Most High is dealing with you guys, and I'm with you. I'm with GOCC all the way. Amen.
Okay. Well, praise the Most High, brother. And I'll tell you what, if you have history to the otherwise, to so that the Tutsis are another tribe outside of Israel, I'll be more than happy to see your research. All right?
All right.
All right. Bless you. Okay, we have a few calls. We have Sabria with a comment.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom. How are you, Sabria?
I'm doing great. How are you? I called a little while back about my son, and you gave me some great advice, and I've been praying over him, and I haven't had any issues with anybody trying to tell me how to raise him. So I just want to thank you for helping me through that time. I don't know if you remember me.
I remember you when I told you, telling people to mind their business. If you're dealing with your child and trying to bring him up, yeah. So I remember that. And
I pray over him before he leaves the house, and I pray over both my children, and it's been great. Everything's been going good with my kids, and I really appreciate that. I just had a comment really about Candace Owens. I've been watching her every single day, and I see her growing, and I see the Most High using her. I can see it, and I just know she's on a verge. And I just see it's the growth in her. And I've been watching her for a long time. I come and I go, and okay, sometimes I don't always agree with everything that she say, but then I come back and I say, wow, she's most of the stuff she say, I do agree with, and I understand when she says, don't get hung up on, what happened with Sonia Massey. Don't let them control our emotions, because you said the same thing. And I know, we have to be smart. We know they're trying to use, certain stuff to tug at our emotions. So I like the fact that, I see that you guys are actually looking at her too, and I'm not just by myself, and I'm like, wow, Candace is growing, and I'm like, the elders are seeing it too. So that was just my comment.
Oh yeah, well, a brother sent that to me, and it blew me away. And what I want to say is, really inadvertently, she has become the most ultimate spook that's set next to the door. I don't know if you've seen that old movie back in the 70s, the spook that sat next to the door, where it was about someone that had. You ever seen that?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh yeah. This may be beyond your time, but it was about someone that had certain understandings and were able to get inside to get enough information to help the community against the conspiracies against the people. But inadvertently, she's become the ultimate spook that sat next to the door, because Amalek was using her as a political weapon against us. And I'm gonna tell you, that's how sharp and intelligent she is. That if they could use someone like that, but it can become a secret weapon for them to say the things that they cannot say and articulate it in a way where they can. She would be the perfect buffer between those that are against us and our people. She'll take the fall for everything, even though they're feeding and stoking the fire in her against us. She was the perfect spook behind the door, because what they didn't realize is, one thing they know it now. You can't get on the wrong side of our sisters. All right. So, all right. So I guess they realize, if it was a white woman, she would have probably went home and cried or whatever the case is, and saying, I don't know what's going on. I need to take some vacation. I need to keep my job. But sisters, don't be getting on the wrong side of them, because now how she was weaponized against us, she started seeing what? Hypocrisy. How can I call out things about my people, but yet I'm muzzled when I see the same thing or worse amongst your group? Right? And then she's saying, we're the right, we're the conservatives. Right. We're supposed to stand on the side of conservatism. Right? So why are you protecting liberal, destructive behavior amongst your people? And if I'm not going to tolerate that with my people, I'm not going to tolerate that with yours. So anytime she tried to point out something negative amongst their people, she was muzzled. And she's seen the hypocrisy. And one thing they use our sisters because our sisters are very savvy, intellectual. And these corporations cannot run without our sisters. But all in all, they got on the wrong side of the wrong sister. Right? So she knows too much. And again, the one thing they didn't bank on is the fact that she would start looking into the fact that she is an Israelite. I mean, what a face-off. All right? It's quite entertaining. Right. That's right. Don't create a Frankenstein and point it our way, okay? Okay? You create a monster and then you point it to destroy our people inadvertently and hide your hands. Nah, she says, no, you ain't going to use me like that. So there's something genuine about that sister, regardless of what people think. She has values and a moral foundation to defend. So you can only respect that, right? So, hey. Right. Hey, at first it was our turn. Now it's theirs. Thank you, sister. Bless you.
Thank you. Shalom.
And I told you before, get a 9-volt battery because I don't think that that fire alarm is going to work operating the way this thing's been beeping since I spoke to you 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, my brother told me the same thing.
Lord have mercy.
To change it out.
I mean, I guess you imagine that you have a bird in your house or something. No.
I don't even hear it no more.
Yeah. It's just part of the ambiance at this point. Get a battery, young lady.
Okay, thank
Lord
you so much.
Mercy. Maybe get a broom and I would go crazy if that stuff was going on around me. Sunshine is in the house. Yes. Hello? Shalom. Hello? Hi. Talk to me, girl. Talk to me, young lady.
Shalom. Hi, Elder. Hi.
How you doing?
Elder. Hi. Elder, wow. It's so true that we never begrudge or covet for what others have or have stolen and their love lust of this world and all the things in it, because vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And regardless of the conspirators and nations for Satan, what they have done against us, their evil works will be bared naked among and amount to absolutely nothing in the end, for surely their fathers have inherited lies, and fools have gotten rich off of us over the time of the true children of Israel because of our fall. Those same fools have spewed bold words and scoffs against us and our God. But as knowledge has increased and the Most High Spirit is poured upon the whole world, in these latter days, the games, tricks, mind games, and manipulation of the children of Israel in the world are dwindling in strength. They are losing their power. And Israel is not being bowled over as easily anymore. Israel, whether belonging to high society or living amongst the lowest ghettos, are awakening to the true knowledge of ourselves as the sons of Jacob. And no nations can ever take this knowledge of who we are and our connection to our God away from us. So because of the inability to pull the wool over our eyes anymore, they jumped into default faith, as they call us, mindless and crazy and anti-Semites, though we are Semites, and nothingness and voids in the deep, though we are a highest chosen people amongst any other Bible word, that the whole wide world has been allowed to call us without repercussions, and that they have felt to be emboldened to call us whatever on whoever's whim, because we've run loose without a king to rule over us. And also we are seen as, to these others as downtrodden and wide open for the prey and taking. And when the default phase of discrediting us goes asunder, then they bring false labels that don't work. And then they move to sabotage and blacklist through guised medical interventions and for so-called health and safety and family planning reasons. And really they're doing true wickedness against God's people, ultimately to try and destroy us altogether, either by financially crippling us or wiping us out of the market with their power over world banks and financial systems, or by threats, and even by reverse psychologies, even onto debt. But what they don't get is that it is prophesied that we would astonish the wicked while we were yet in darkness, and we now, as we are awakening, are astonishing the whole world again. No matter what they have tried, they cannot keep us bound. And by grace of AHAYAH, all the borders and boundaries that they have set for us are broken, and all the imaginary walls are gone and no longer exist, because with time and chance for every man found worthy, the sinews of the remnant will be that whole body under YASHAYA, and there's nothing anyone can do about that.
All right,
and that's
now.
all I wanted to say.
There it is.
The Most High. Bless you, Elder. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Good to hear from you, Sunshine. It's always great hearing from you. Always great. What a happy individual. Oh man, what a happy sister. I mean, guess what? You can't be down with someone like that around you. That's what we need. Positivity at all times. Sunshine. There it is. All right. We're going to just take a few. Nina has a comment. And then we have Kayem. And we have about 412, 720, and 202.
Hello, Elder Ricard. It's so good to finally speak to you. I want to thank you for reuniting me with Elder Al Hanna in North Carolina, because during the pandemic, we lost contact, and I'm back with them now, and I'm so happy. I'm so overjoyed. Thank you so much for having that summit, because I prayed to the Most High. I didn't have no money for that summit, for him to make a way, because that would be the way I could meet up with the elder, and for sure. And you did an awesome job with your son on stage.
Oh.
I really enjoyed that.
Well, thank you, sister. Welcome to the work.
Everything about that summit was so on point. And I was so glad to be blessed to be there.
Well, sister, that's not it. I want to do a summit in California. I want to do one on the East Coast, and I also want to do one in the UK, and I want to do one in Jamaica. So,
that'd be awesome.
All white with our fringes on.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that, sister. Well, hey, welcome to the body. Let's get ready. And guess what, sisters? Let's do this all the way to Zion. Stay firm. The road may get rocky. There's a lot of persecution the enemy has aimed against those who have awakened, but stand firm and endure. Okay?
Yes, and I surely will. I'm ready for it now. I wasn't never ready for it before, but I'm sure ready for it now.
Thank you. Well, thank you, sister.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Elder Lawyer, he helped me out with a situation too. I want to thank him as well about the women not wearing pants. I misunderstood the whole concept of that. Because of that, I stopped wearing pants, because I don't want to do nothing that will upset my father.
Okay, sister.
Okay.
The past is the past. Let's go forward towards Zion. Have a good night, okay?
Yes, you too.
Bless
God
you.
bless.
Bless you. Okay. We have Kayem. Bless you, my brother. Oh yeah, we do have to come to Texas though. We have to do something in Texas.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, sir. How are you?
Pretty good, sir. Yes, sir. Double honors to all the elders and leadership. Elder, on this, I guess all these politicians, it just reminds me of an eerie, creepy Rosemary baby, like a foster home of Rosemary's baby. It's like they all like just related somehow it seems like. But Elder, what I've noticed, like I do loss prevention again, and it's like, the people out there asking for money. So it was like a lady and her daughter that's out there. So they came to the store. It's like, a lady said they were gonna buy some stuff. So this lady filled up the whole basket of groceries. Now I could tell she's not from this country, and she filled up the whole basket. And the lady said, "Well, ma'am, I'll just buy you. I can buy you $20 worth of." And she just said something in her language and walked out the store. And I noticed every time she be asking people for money, they'll give her money, and they'll look, and she gives them this certain look, like, you know what I mean, like a very wicked look, and say something in her in whatever language she is. And I'm starting to notice that that I don't think that she's there just for asking for money. I think it's just something in them or in her that has a bad spirit, and I think that's what a lot of them. I see them all, and I do it at a very known store, and I just see a lot of them in the parking lot ask for money, and they just have a bad spirit on them. So it's like you said, Elder. They're not here to make friends or to make peace. I think they're here just ready to set their tent and to cause some type of conflict.
Hey, all right. Well, hopefully, they make the right choices because, there's constitutional rights in this country that I'm sure people will actually, cleave to. So, hey, so let's see where it goes. But hey, I stay away from it. I don't deal with it. And if I see someone that's suffering and it looks like they're suffering, and if I have it, I give it to them. It doesn't matter where they come from. If I see someone hurting, I try to help them. Right? So maybe they're frustrated because there was promises made to them, and now they're over here suffering, and now, some people are probably really hurting. They probably drop over some people over here that's truly hurting. And they were sold a bill of goods that the people would help them, and now, you're looking at them. So I mean, it's a balance. I'm not going to say everybody that's coming over is an enemy, So you just have to, if you see someone hurting, see a family hurting, if you have it, help them. All right.
Yes, sir. The last thing, Elder, it's like in the parking lot. I can tell that a lot of us, I try to walk the sister to their car and try to be there because there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. And a lot of times I see it's not appreciated, But, what I said, I just got to make sure I'm here and to endure and be there for the women and children of our church.
Well, brother Israelite, when you do a good deed, you're doing it to be appreciated by the Most High, and even if it go on unnoticed from the person that you're doing it for, it's okay. You can hold a door. Someone say, some people you hold the door and they don't even say thank you. But I don't think about it. Hey, it's fine. I'm not doing it strictly for that person. I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. So our people are hurting right now. And you see some people, you got a lot of these strangers that are coming in, stalking our sisters and all that. And a lot of sisters don't even know they're in danger. But if you can walk them to their car and make sure they're safe in your presence, whether or not they reciprocate or say thank you, it's of no consequence. As long as you make sure our sisters are safe. Right? That's all that matters. All right?
And I can stop that. Yes, sir. The water, sir.
Oh, you're in the bar. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
412 area code. Lionel has a comment. Yes, Lionel.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing, Lionel? Where you from?
I'm doing good. I'm out of Pittsburgh, body. I'm doing real good.
Great. Good to hear from you. What say you?
Yeah, I was just a quick comment. I think our problem, not overall with us, is that we as a body, we're doing everything right. But the overall, as black people, the problem is that we keep still looking for help from a community that's not trying to help us. And we're wasting our time on it when we should be working together in this. Help is okay, but help is not also the end of all things. We as a body need to keep following this truth and understand where we belong in history. Yes, we're the people of the Bible, but yet everybody don't know that. So our job is just keep following what we need to do, for as the Bible says, and then let it guide us to where we need to be. If you understand what I'm trying to say, I might be.
No, that's. I understand exactly what you're saying. It's well said. Stand on the narrow path, regardless of what people are doing, and by doing the right thing, that affords the opportunity to help others. I'm with you, my brother.
Exactly,
right? My brother.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And yeah, I was speaking to somebody the other day. I'm like, yeah, you know, the Democrats is the party for LGBTQ, gays, and immigrants. You disagree? You know, it was a black guy. He was like, "What are you talking about? We always been Democrats." I'm like, "Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that's a party predominantly that benefits the gays and the immigrants. You disagree?" And you can see his wheels turning silently. I'm like, so if they're at the top of the totem pole, getting benefits beyond you, what's the deal? So sometimes I throw a few things out there just to get the wheels turning in our brothers and sisters' mind. Then they be like, well, what choice do I have? Christ. Okay. I'm like, man, listen. They use our vote and push us out of the way and grab the bag. All right. Gloria has a comment.
Elder Ricard, how are you?
Gloria, my Gloria. That used to be my jam.
Great man of God. Hey, I am
how
so
you
blessed
doing?
to be able to talk with you. I'm good. Hey, praying for you, praying for GOCC. I thank you for accepting the call, Elder, because when I look at what God has done with your ministry,
praise the Most
words, you know, when we are led by the Spirit, there is no way on earth that anybody can look at you, Elder Ricard, and not know that God is at the head of your life.
Praise
Only God can do the kinds of things that your ministry has been able to do.
Praise
so
the
I
Most
thank
High.
the Lord for you, and I thank you for accepting his call. And so 3 words. One, I'm just going to quickly say, talking head, 2-headed monster, and being led by the Spirit. The presidential position, I believe, in this country is really a talking head position. They just go in to set the moral tone because they don't get to dictate anything that goes on. 2, the 2-headed monster. We got one body all really working against the same group of people. You got one called the donkey, the other one called the elephant. Some call them the Republic, the other call them the Democrat. But they're all working together against the children of Israel.
Yeah,
anybody
you're right.
who represents the Lord and his truth. And their agendas will never line up to the Bible. And then thirdly, being led by the Spirit. Living in the days that we're living in, I think the hardest thing for many of us to adjust to is what it looks like to spend more time being spiritually minded than carnally minded. Because it's hard to be there, because we realize that the fire that we're walking into every day, the battles and the war that the Bible has taught us to gird up, put that helmet on, put that breastplate on. Why? Because we're living in wartime. And too many are still being lullabied by these visions of grandeur that just are keeping them from living in reality. It's darker than what I think many are willing to admit.
You right on, sister. All praises. Well, thank you, sister.
So I'm praying for you, praying for GOCC, praying for all the elders, all the deacons.
Thank you.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Well, sister, guess what? Hey, we need it. Keep those prayers going. Keep them going up. And let the Most High bring those blessings down. Thank you.
All right. Have a great one.
Shalom. Man, it feels so good to see so many of our people coming to the knowledge of the truth in these last days. It's such a blessing. It's surreal. Esther has a comment.
Good evening, elders. Good evening, Elder Ricochet and Elder Lawyer. All
Good
praises to the Most High. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes. Good evening, Esther. Where you from?
Good evening. I am calling from the DMV congregation via Tanzania. I live in both places.
Okay. Blessings.
Yes. This is my first time ever to call, so I'm a bit nervous.
Okay, don't worry about it. Take your time.
Well, I was actually following your conversation about the lady and her baby at the hospital and how the East Indian tried to change the situation about getting shots for her child. I had a similar situation just a month ago. I was admitted to the hospital, and I was there for treatment for 5 days. Well, I've been fighting autoimmune for like 9 years, and the treatment is supposed to boost my immune system. Well, this is the process I've been going through for 9 years. But thanks to the Most High and the Holy Spirit, like a few months ago, I had a dream that I was in the hospital or some clinic or something, and they were trying to either put the vaccine in me or something in me that did not agree with me. So it was like the Holy Spirit was like, run, get out of there. So I found a way to run out of there. This is all in my dream. And I ran out. So now, when I was actually in the hospital a month ago, they kept trying to get me to do a different process that I've never done before. And this procedure was it's called, plasma parathesis.
Okay.
Well, apparently they put some kind of tube in your neck, kind of like dialysis. I've never done that before. None of my doctors or neurologists ever offered this to me ever in the 9 years I've had this situation. And I was like, no, I just want to get my IVIG, which is the immunoglobulin. It's my normal process. And so one doctor said that. Then another doctor came trying to tell me the same thing. And I fell asleep like around 1:30 when I finally got settled in. Mind you, somebody came at 3:30 in the morning, two people from surgery. They came in with these big machines trying to put a tube in my neck. And I was like, what is going on here? They said, oh, I thought you're going to get the plasma parathesis. I'm like, no, I never agreed to that. And so they're like, oh, well, we didn't just come here just to waste time. We came here because, they told us you needed to have this process or procedure. And I said, no, I've never agreed to this. And so they ended up having to leave. Well, two more doctors told me this in the morning. Oh, we really think this would be a better process for you. Well, the doctors that kept coming into me were 3 from East Indian, and 1, she looked like she was probably Eastern European, and all of them were trying to get me to do this process. Well, finally, they agreed that I shouldn't do it. The chief doctor came in, I think it was from Ethiopia. He says, no, give her what she's asking for. This is what she's been doing. Give her that. And finally, I had some kind of relief, so they wouldn't bother me anymore. But can you imagine if somebody wasn't alert or didn't understand these things? And I remembered the dream that I had. It was almost like the Holy Spirit prepared me for this. Like, run, don't take this, whatever they're trying to do you. And I just praise the Most High, I praise the Holy Spirit for just that dream that helped me get through that process.
Good. Well, like we have a rule amongst our church. If there's someone that's admitted in the church, we have to have around-the-clock type of shifts to make sure that that person isn't alone. And that's we try to stand by that. All due respect, not to say that there's any ill intent from these particular institutions, but to stay on the safe side is always safe to have someone on shift, especially while, in the wee hours of the night. All right, so I'm glad you made it through, and hey, it's a shame because so many of our people are alone without anyone to be there for them, and I see a lot of organ situations that might be ramping up coming soon, and I'm going to be talking about that this coming Friday, right? Hey, because they're doing this in other countries, right? So a lot of these people that are coming over, is what they're used to in their countries already. So I'm sure, hey, I can't say nothing right here, but I'll talk about it on Patreon if you're there Friday. All right?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sister. You stay strong, and I'll put a prayer up for you, all right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we have Nicole Nicole, time is running out. I'm pressed up against time. You have a comment or a question. Which one you would like? It depends on how long it takes your comment.
Oh, I can do both of them super fast. Shalom, Elmer. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, you right to the point. Let's talk to me, Sister Nicole. Talk to me.
Yes, I just want to first ask simply the footage and the pictures that were taken at the Nevada baptism, are they available, or is there some way we could watch them? Because we really wanted to try and get that in our personal archives as a family, if it's possible.
Yes, they are available. Yes, they are available. And a matter of fact, I can speak to AC, and you can get access to it to get it downloaded. All the pictures from the baptism that day. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I'll give AC your number to make sure that he get those pictures to you. Hold on. Baptism.
Okay, I was waiting in case you all might have aired it, so that's why I hadn't asked before now. So
well, I'm glad you remind me because we can air it. I'll tell AC to upload everything.
Oh, that would be great. That would be great.
Right.
And lastly, I just wanted to say regarding Candace, my husband and I watched one of her broadcasts last night where she was interviewing. You remember Ray J?
Yeah.
You remember Ray J?
Yeah.
Okay. He brought on a trans because he's fixing to start this particular production where he's going to have this gaugency of people from the letter community, and he actually asked Candace to speak with him, so that it's a way of promoting it as well as maybe having a meeting of the minds. And I'm telling you, my respect for her just catapulted. The way she handled that trans was such, it was just so skillful. I don't even know if she knows how skillful she is, but she did not ridicule this, what was born a man and trans, had all the surgeries and everything and became a woman and has been living as a trans woman for a long, long time. But she was so adamant on her stance, saying that it is a mental disorder, and I just wanted to just kind of alert you to that because I figured it may be something you'd be interested in watching, how she just took, stood on her Christian stance, knowing that is not of God, but she just really handled herself, but she did not come across aggressive or condemning in any kind of way. But I think she definitely, hands down, just won my. I think she, just really stood her ground.
Yeah.
And just really gained my respect for her again. You might want to check that out.
Well, when I get an opportunity, I'll look at it. The other thing is, I don't know who Ray J's publicist is. I don't know.
He's tripping.
I don't know his handlers. They got him going off the deep end. He been going off the deep end for a long time. So I believe that.
And I didn't know how
I believe
much.
some of
Just
those.
Listening to him, he said he was just really such a big advocate and just completely. Even he said, I put a wig on myself one day and I looked in the mirror and I was surprised at how good I looked at myself.
Well,
and so that made me get my antenna was up. I was like, okay, this guy, he's experimenting with these men that are former.
Well, I don't know about
these trans people as well.
I don't know about that. All I know is some of this stuff be performative, and it's what they're pushing in the background to why he's probably doing this. And I'm not defending him, but believe me, it's the people behind him pushing him with this stuff. They've been doing this since the realities he shows and all this, the same people. But I'll check it out. Thank you. Ray J he be up in some hot mess.
Good evening to you. Shalom.
Shalom. Bless you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. I think I have more respect for him when we knew him as Brandy's brother. Anyway, Auntie B.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Long time no hear. How are you?
I'm blessed. First, I would like to give thanks and honor to the Most High for us this day. Oh, my goodness.
All praises.
And give glory and honor to you, and thank you for taking my call. I know it's late, so I'm going to get straight to it. I have a dislike for Candace Owens. It's a two-sided coin to this. I watched something a couple of years ago where she spoke very badly about black women, how we were lazy, we want to chase the bag, we're gold diggers, and so forth. There may be some women like that, okay, but not all of us are like that. And she painted us in a very bad light, so she had a very bad taste in my mouth for her. But I respect her journalism because she's very good at what she does. She chooses her words wisely. She's been out here doing this for a while, so you got to give her her credit where credit is due. So I give her the respect on that. But her as a black woman should know better than to put down another black woman, especially with everything that's going on.
Let me ask you this, sister. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Because I'm not defending her a bit, but sometimes people try to point me guilty of the same things. Let me say this. If someone is saying something about what's generally out there being promoted, do you take that as a personal slight to yourself? And I'm saying that because people can say what they want to say generally about what happens when it comes to the negative of black men. I hear it all the time. People generally say there's a lot of black men on the down low. Black men aren't nothing. But you know why it doesn't really resonate with me? Because I understand who they're talking about. I understand
Yes.
that generally, typically, there's something to the stereotype. So what I try to do is, and like for instance, I probably hear the same video you heard, right? And I'm not going to defend her, but I'm sure she didn't say all black women because she's one. So it's sometimes
majority.
So sometimes it's how we listen, right? And I believe that once we get this truth and find the knowledge of the Most High, that we have to get out of this hive mind. We have to get out of the spirit where if someone talks about a black sister, she's talking about me. If someone's talking about a black man, he's talking about me, right? Because general in the sense. Now, if she said all black women, and I don't think that she would be a reputable journalist if she said so, right? So I'm not defending her, but why don't you listen to it again in the mind that you're in now? You understand, and see if sometimes when someone says something that we don't like, a wall comes up and we just cut off everything. We just don't like them. Right? So I'm not going to say, she don't seem like a person who generally say all black women.
No, she didn't. She said majority. And that's why I was saying I have a new respect for her. I understand where she was coming from then, because there are a lot of women, I agree, there are a lot of women like that. But it's just the way she went on about it.
But let me tell you what I can give sisters credit for now. I'm hearing more and more sisters standing against the bad stereotypes and the women who have who's making all of the sisters a bad image. I'm starting to see, like for years I was saying, yeah, I understand what people are saying, sisters, but more sisters need to stand up and speak. And what I'm witnessing right now, and that's why Candace Owens seemed like this one lone person who was hating everything, because she was willing to stand up and say, stop soiling my image. Okay? Regardless of what people say, she is a black woman, right? So if anyone can point out who's destroying her image, she can. Right? So it's impossible for her to talk down on black women when she shares black women's image. That's counterproductive. So what I'm saying is listen to it again, and because I don't think that was her intentions. After listening to her, she's more tactful than that. And what I'm saying is, what we have to break out of is when we hear something, we relate ourselves to that particular image that we know is wrong. If I know I'm not doing it, a person can say what they want to say. If I know it's not me, it doesn't apply to me. Right? So listen to it again.
That's why I said today I have a new respect for her. Listening to a lot of the way that she said, I know that doesn't fit me. I don't fit that stereotype at all. But she defends a lot of black women because of the stereotype the good women have been getting. So I commend her for that.
Yeah. But
the other thing that
but sister, you have to realize how the majority of imaging that, and I believe it's intentional, is really dogging our sisters, and the fact that we have many sisters who will volunteer themselves for a few coins to destroy what their grandmothers and great grandmothers and big mamas fought to instill in us their children. There were some good black women who would instill honor, respect, throughout the generations.
Out the door for that dollar.
And to see the sexy reds, and on and on and on. And when I seen those little girls in front of, with a microphone, 3 and 4 years old, singing Sexy Red with their mother filming it, I mean, it like to break, man, it broke my heart. And so what I'm saying
I can't even tell you a Sexy Red song. I don't listen to that.
I ain't talking. See, that's the whole thing, sister. You know when to exclude yourself, but then you exclude yourself from what you don't hear. But then when the rhetoric is, but when the attack is coming against something that's destroying our people, you include yourself in the hive. Right? You have to understand. She was saying something because now those same women that you probably felt she was attacking has led to their daughters dancing with poom poom shorts on at the age of 5 and 6 with Sexy Red.
And which is making an attack against the good women.
Yeah.
The godly women.
Sister,
it's an attack against us.
Sister, that's an inadvertent attack against you. It's your image. And guess what? The synagogue of Satan understand this. There's an underbelly. There's an underbelly or a negative within all society, right? But you don't see them. You don't see them promoting their sisters from the trailer park on crystal meth and giving them a record deal to portray them before the world. Nope. See the difference? There's an underbelly of negative that's going to get judged amongst all races of people. But for some reason, they're not going to the trailer park where it's Jewish people and white women living in the trailer park, and you don't see them taking them off of poles and making them the image of debauchery. See?
Yeah, they keep them hidden.
Because they understand when the people see the underbelly, they're not going to be looking at those girls. What they understand is when people see these girls acting out, that those on the outside are seeing their daughters. That's why they don't do it. You understand? So and we're going to talk about that in the academy, the power of the hive mind. And it's like no longer will we defend wickedness or evil because it looks like us. No. It's a hive mind. That's a spell in of itself. And some people think, well, if you speak of black women, you're speaking of all of us. No. That ain't the case.
Yeah.
And so we have to stick a fork in that one, Annie B. All right?
Okay.
We have to separate ourselves.
The second part I wanted to say was about Governor Walz. I'm in Minnesota. He's the governor here. Okay. He does nothing for the people of color. He does for color, but it's the other color, not our color.
He's behind the immigration.
The color list.
He's behind the immigration and the Zionist agenda that's undermining our people in that state. He's not for us. He's for immigration.
He takes away from the black communities here. He puts them into the communities where they put immigrants because that's where the money is, and it's coming back to him.
Yeah.
And they give money to, just like everybody else, of people of non-color. With the stimulus checks, when they were giving those checks out, all of him, his family, and the friends, and all of that and so forth, all of them got money, new cars, new houses. But a lot of people of color got nothing in the communities.
Well, that's hey, is that the perfect VP for Kamala? Two birds of a feather flock together. What would you expect?
Nothing less than that.
And I'll tell you this,
but
really, he's the one that'll be in power. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
she's just a face. She's just a face out there, so they can say, "Oh, we had a black president, a female president."
Yeah.
She's not black.
No.
She may be a woman, maybe the first woman president, but she's not black.
No.
And she told everybody she's not black. She's Indian.
She's not like us. Have a great night, sister, because I have to get some rest. All right.
Thank you for taking the call, and I appreciate you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, sister.
And keep up the good work. I am in the academy, and I can't wait.
Well, thank you, sister.
Till
I'll
this
see you
Sunday.
this Friday and this coming Sunday. Hebrew and Bible Academy, Tracing the Serpent Seed. And keep in mind, thank you, Elder Ramar, Elder Dell, Elder Yarack, all the elders, deacons, all the brothers and sisters coming up in the Gathering of Christ Church throughout the four corners of the earth. Thank you for your presence and your support for this church. You can support us right here. And again, this concludes our broadcast for this evening.
Thank
Okay.
you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
When the Israelites can no longer be hid. That's right, brothers and sisters. We're the children of Israel. And yes, we're back. Have a good night. And thank you, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
And the
Shalom.
Arabs and Africans told us to gather our wives and children, then sold us. AHAYAH, gather us. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go. Have a good night.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. AHAYAH's gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint to gather our wives and children, then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and fed.